you. I just asked you to.
Hello, I've joined. It's Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Okay, thank you very much. For the public, I want to apologize for the delay in the start this morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to the May 1st, 2024 Executive Committee meeting today. It is a little chilly out there with the snow and the rain, but I'd like to also acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and part of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for May 8th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, May 6th. Can I have someone please move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? That's carried. Can I have someone please move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on April 18th, 2024? Can I have someone please move that? Thank you. Mayor Masters, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our first report, EX 24-32. We do have a delegation here to speak. I would like to call on Jeff Campbell, who is here today as a delegation, to come forward, please. And Mr. Campbell, if you can please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live, and you will have 5 minutes to address the committee, and there may be questions after.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you to the Executive Committee. My name is Jeff Campbell, and I am the Vice President of the Canadian Condominium Institute for Southern Saskatchewan. I have spoken before Council before, but not the Executive Committee. Back in the day, we had 30 days notice for garbage for some of the condominiums. We've gone through for the last year and a half. We were given notice that food waste would have to be done and a plan submitted by July 1st. On April of 2024, to this date, there is only one company that can do the food waste. However, it is a Canadian company that is out of Ontario. It's called Moloch Systems. We now have a distributor, a startup company that just started up. There's infrastructure that's involved. There is approximately 80 condominiums that are interested. We have our AGM. We've had approximately 23,000 owners tell us that we need to have a fair play. For one condominium to negotiate with this company, it increases the cost by about 30%. Because the company is based upon volume. What we're asking today is for Executive Council to consider. It is going to be almost impossible for any condominium that is required to get food waste plan to the City of Regina, and due to the fact that we are restricted to the same rules as City Council in Regina. Each individual corporation has a board. Each individual corporation is elected. We have to follow reserve fund. We have to follow the exact same rules as you do. We can implement bylaws. We can implement a condo fee, which is basically our taxes. And what's happened now is that the City of Regina has passed on some of those taxes to the corporations. The corporations, we are not in disagreement with a lot of what the city's trying to do is to keep certain things out of the landfill. What we're asking for is fair play. To this date, we have not had a meaningful consultation yet. When I have a Zoom meeting with two people who tell me they are not the decision makers, we're talking to the wrong people, we have no idea if there is any food waste companies out there, and to this date, the only two companies that do food waste are going to be Moloch and Loris. Loris only does residential bins, which do not fit all condominiums. So what we've done is we did a pilot project on our own, not with the city's help, of looking at high rises and other ones and what's going across Canada. So reaching out to CCI across Canada nationally, we found out that some of them are really working well with what's called a countertop food waste machine that will actually take it from the food waste into soil. I volunteered for it, and I've reduced in 6 months, I've reduced over 800 pounds of waste going into the landfill, and it turns it into dirt. But that's not going to be the solution for everybody. Moloch Systems, they will actually put infrastructure in the ground, and it sticks up about 4 feet to allow people to be able to put it in properly. They need to have 3 bins in the ground for each condominium, 1 for garbage, 1 for recycle, 1 for food waste. So we have been working with them diligently for the last 14 meetings with them to figure out, and Moloch, to figure out this company that's actually doing this infrastructure. It happens to be a construction company, which they can do the infrastructure. Our problem is that if the city would engage in a meaningful conversation, I do believe that this system will be good for a lot of developments that you're doing. It will be good for condominiums that have infrastructure that was done 50 years ago that may be able to help. So I'm not coming here with a problem. I'm coming here to give you a solution. This solution is that when we priced it out, we're paying about $30 a year more than what you're charging residential taxpayers with carts. What we'd like to do is engage with city administration and some of the councillors that this is going to affect hugely, sorry. Maritimer coming out in me, I apologize. So when I look at this for councillors, we've come up with a solution. I have put more hours into this than I have my own company. So we're asking for executive committee to go to council and say, look, we need an extension of 1 year. When you look at the infrastructure that has to go in, when you look at, you have elected members that have to get together on each corporation. We do not have the ability at CCI to put 80 condominium corporations together. Now, we've had 23,000 owners tell us this is what we want to tell you as the executive and to city council, that we would like a extension of 1 year. We want proper, meaningful consultation with administration staff that make a difference. Now, I can give you those names, but I don't have to. You know that the directors or the people that need to have this conversation need to meet with CCI and the company from Moloch to look to see. The other thing that we're wondering is, why wouldn't the city utilize this? Figure it out yourselves on the 80 condominiums as a collective. Make it cheaper for us so we're paying exactly the same on a taxpayer's rate, and you're collecting on the user pay. It does not make sense, and we don't have the ability to do that. That's not our job. Our job is education and to advocate for condominiums. And we don't represent just members, we represent all condominiums. So With 23,000 owners telling us this is what, at our AGM, this is the agenda we want to go with, yeah, that's what we want to do. So I'm asking council for an extension. I'm asking council to engage in the first time after a year and a half, which we have not had, a meaningful consultation with a solution. Whether you use Moloch or you use the countertop, because you can take that countertop in small and they can put it in the garbage. They're reducing the weight by 80%. They're reducing it from being food waste to being dirt. So they don't even need to have pickup. They just put it in the garbage. They've reduced it. We've done that. Right now, if you look at statistics on your garbage that you're doing in with carts, 25% of the people that are supposed to be are only using the carts for food waste. It's only 25%. You can go on many social medias and you'll see it's not being done. With this, we can actually have a meaningful where everybody's doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. But I do see questions from council, so if you just
Sure.
hang on. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure I caught everything you were putting out there. First of all, you got a lot of individual condo owners, all with the same problem on their hands, and you're thinking it would be really smart to engage with administration with the options you provided to help divvy up a point of negotiation or a framework for everyone to take advantage of. Would that be the first thing you're looking for?
Correct.
Okay, and the second thing is in your...
Councillor Mancinelli, sorry, can you just speak up a
Sure.
little bit? Thank you. Thank you.
In your findings, in your investigations, you've come across a company that has a really successful system, and that's the in-ground system on property that they have to physically install. Is that correct?
That is correct. They have to actually use an excavator. They would come in, they would dig the hole, they would pour the foundation with the concrete, which then puts in a container. And now, it's kind of unique because the container goes in and it stays there. That doesn't come out. What they have is they have a reusable bag, which is approved, and they've been doing this for 15 years in Ontario. And when we looked at it with CCI nationally, we went, oh my goodness, we may have a solution for right across Canada. But we're bringing it to you because it has a 25-foot radius. It's not like Loris Bin where they have to drive a big truck in. They can do this from the street. So the other thing that it has a key fob for each condominium. Each condominium owner gets a key fob. They hit it, it unlocks. They open it up, they put their stuff in, they close it, it automatically locks. The other thing is there's no rat problem, there's no, it's just, there's no smell. When I took the demonstration, I looked at this and I went, oh my goodness. And when you have to go to Ontario to see this, it's not a happy feeling because we can do this. Moloch tried to start in Saskatoon and the company stopped doing it. This company is going to take over and help Saskatoon. So we're not only going to just help here, CCI in northern Saskatchewan is working on this as well in conjunction with us to help any city out in the province, which I think is huge. But yes, you're right. It's for, and future developments.
Yeah, and the countertop solution you talked about, that's not really to do with the company you just told of. That's another solution. The countertop...
That's correct. They can buy online. You could buy it in bulk, get it a lot cheaper, have them use it. Life expectancy is about 5 years. The price that we have for the Moloch, though, is over a 5-year contract. We don't want to sign a 5-year contract if the city's going to engage and do it on a user pay is what we'd prefer because that price is even lower.
Okay. Just one follow-up to kind of unwrap this a bit. So being that everyone's an individual, need an extension for everyone to get organized. If the city went through and assisted in developing a framework or some type of a corporate entity that all the condo association individuals could take advantage of, would you still need the extension, or is it?
You still need the extension. You've got infrastructure. The problem is that condominium corporations are not willing to break the law because we have to follow the Condominium Act, and this bylaw is asking us to do that because we have nobody out there other than this one company. And I do believe a lot of you were here when I did my presentation not a year ago, but about 10 months ago. I do believe we were told, no, don't worry, there's going to be lots of startup companies.
Yeah.
There is only one.
Okay.
So that's our issue right now. So.
Okay. Appreciate the information, and I look forward to bringing it up when we got administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, through you, sir, for the purpose of the public, you would like a one-year extension to?
Be able to engage with the city and MOLOC, because corporations right now, the condo corporations would be breaking the law because we have to go the same fiscal responsibility that the city does. No offense, Mayor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, to the Mayor, but when you watch council, I think you guys know how difficult it is to get a bunch of people together and all agree on one thing. It doesn't happen.
What?
Okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly. We have that same problem. The difference is we're all volunteers. Canadian Condominium Institute is all volunteers. Every person who sits on a corporation, which has to follow the law, is volunteer. We don't get paid to do this. So, in all due respect to the answer of your question, Mayor, it's going to be difficult to have 80 corporations with approximately 5 people times that, put us all in one room, we're not going to agree. What we're suggesting is that the Canadian Condominium Institute, along with this company, sit down and have a meaningful conversation with the city administration and work out a deal that they can actually have it on a user pay, do the infrastructure, and then we'll pay it through our utility bill if that's what you want. But we want it fair. We want to pay no more than what the other ones are paying, and it can be done now.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Through the chair, do you know the approximate cost of the infrastructure that you're speaking of?
I don't know the exact infrastructure cost, no. That's why I need to engage. I did want to have Mike Madden here. Unfortunately, due to a family or a situation he's in, he couldn't make it here today. He would have been able to answer that question. But I also don't want to put the cart before the horse. Yeah. I would like to have that meaningful conversation with council members and or administration, or both.
Okay. And in terms of, you went out and had a look at it, can it handle commercial waste?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Actually, yeah. Madam Mayor, I will tell you, when I looked at it, I thought, oh my goodness, this is actually a solution for the city for your industrial, commercial. If you put food waste, one of these outside a restaurant in the back alley, there's your solution. They drive back, pick it up, dump it. Now, the great thing is, and I don't want to be accused of getting a better service than what the other residential, but it will be better because our garbage and recycle, if we do this, will be picked up once a week. The other thing they have is they have a load sensor in it that if it does become full early, they just come and pick it up. It notifies them, they come and pick it up. So it's a system for future development too, for condominiums, or and makes it a lot easier. I mean, we have to walk out with a garbage bag and take it way out to the curb. It's not going to be any different with the bin. We go out, hit the fob, put it in, done. Except we don't have a garbage bag for rats, mice, everybody to get into. We now have it in a container. The other thing is you're going to get a higher percentage of people complying with food waste, because now they can just go out and dump it whenever they want, including their garbage. Like in my condo, if I have 2 bags of garbage just sitting in my garage, well, my garage is too small. I got to park my car outside because the garage is taking up the space. I can't leave the garbage outside because it'll get eaten, right? Crows, everything else, right? So this is a good solution for the city, I do believe.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you, welcome, good morning.
Good morning.
So just a couple of questions just to clarify some of the issues that you're facing with. So you've mentioned 80 condos, 23,000 owners.
Yeah, that's north, east, south, west. That's not all in one area either.
Oh, yeah, yes. Now, some of the condo associations, I think, are like the larger, like apartment-style buildings.
That is correct.
Are they in the same situation as you, or is there I'm just trying to clarify whether or not all condo associations are dealing with this issue, or if it's just certain condo associations because of their physical structure.
The food waste is going to be the majority of the condos, we believe, and we think that there is a solution where they can put it in the parking lot if they have to, which will take up one of their parking spots. But if you use the countertop recycling machines, they can put it right into their garbage, which they don't have to change anything. So it's a matter of having the machines. And if you look at it, a machine, if you buy it in bulk, is going to be cheaper than a garbage cart, which means that they go on, you give them all machines, they go on a user pay, which pays for it over 5 years, which means that in 5 years, they can get a new one. If it breaks down, they get a new one.
Okay, through the chair, I think two different things happening here. So I think that you're talking about the countertop
And
composting and Moloch. So
Right.
are you saying that the two systems go together, or
Should cover everybody.
but can the Moloch system also use just like regular food waste and yard waste that people can
Yeah.
just put into it? It doesn't have to be
Yes,
composted
yes, you
first.
can. If you have a high-rise building, their foot stamp is so small. So I'll give you an example. Roberts Plaza has 120 to 130 condo owners. And in that, they have a garbage bin where Loris comes in and picks up the garbage and the recycle. If they end up with a bin for their food waste, then if they have room on their property, which most of them will, it's the infrastructure to do that that becomes the problem, right? Where are you going to put it? You have to do an assessment. In order to do all this, we need permits from the city. Like, when we go through this, this is not something we can do overnight. And we're certainly not going to do it by July 1st. So I'll give you notice now, that's not going to happen. You're not going to get a food waste plan from condominiums because we can't do it. And I told you that 10 months ago.
Right. And through the chair, how much of this is an issue of infrastructure and how much of it is price, the cost that is imposed on you by doing this?
So when I calculated it out, just to let you know, I do believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, staff may be able to do that, administration may be able to do that, but I do believe the normal household is about $290 a year for the garbage, recycle, and their food waste. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's-
so it's about
that's for the-
$290.
That's for the large bins, though. So if you have a small garbage bin, I think it's $197 or something like
Okay,
that.
even if
Go on.
if it's 197. So when you look at condominiums are a smaller footprint. We actually have less garbage, we have less recycle, and we have less food waste, which means we would probably go with the smaller one. So right now, if you're looking at $190,000 or $190 a year per household, right?
Yeah, I'll have to clarify
We'll have
that, but I
to
think
clear
that's
that
what it is.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we'll use 200 just for an example.
Yeah.
It's about $310, $315. If you have a lot more, you can get it down to the smaller footprint of 190 probably if they're doing all 80, like if you're looking at it. The reason being is because if you're going to do that infrastructure and you make an agreement with Moloch and the company that's distributing them here, they get a discount for ordering a whole bunch, which means that their costs go down, which mean your costs go down, which mean our costs go down. As CCI, we do not have the ability to have 80 condominiums say, yeah, we're going to do it. We don't have the ability or the buying power to be able to do that. So yes, you are absolutely correct. By the city doing this, administration going, yes, we're going to look at this. This is how many we have. We can do a user pay, and they can pay 190 the same as everyone else. I'm not paying more than they are. They're not paying more than me. Yes, I'm getting a better service, but I'm okay with that. I mean, in all honesty, if you wanted to, you could put these in the back alley and have all the households put it in too.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I do know that there are some condo associations, just by the way they've been structured, that it's been difficult for them to go to the bins.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some that have the bins right now and others that don't, just because they can't.
Yeah, we also have complaints of rats and mice and,
But I'm just sort of like, in terms of your comments about fairness.
yeah.
So we do know that the the residential households are paying somewhere between 200 and 300 for the three waste services right now.
How much?
Between 200 and 300 a year.
It's actually a little bit higher than
No,
that.
I'm saying that for the residential homes.
Oh, yes,
For the
sorry.
residential homes, so it's for the three waste services right now.
Correct.
Garbage, recycling, and composting. And there are some condo associations, such as Wascana Estates, that are paying 600 just for the garbage and recycling. Is that correct?
That is correct. But
And now you're
that's
gonna have
because we
to-
have no other way of doing it. If you look at the cost factor of hand pickup is very expensive, okay, which we're not arguing. If you take a bin, it also gets very expensive because the ones that have the bins haven't done the infrastructure yet, which they have to do. You cannot have, and if you look at your own bylaws and everything else, they're going to put a concrete pad in, they're going to have to put a fence around it, and it's going to have to be locked, right? So with this, you're eliminating all that. The infrastructure's done as well, but it's a one and done. With the fence, you got the fence repair, you got everything else. Moloch, they cover the maintenance on it. I pay just a regular fee. So it works out probably about $340, which is very similar to the hand pickup because the hand pickup's almost double that, right? But with the hand pickup, we are walking out, so it's got to be in a neutral spot for everybody to make it accessible. Just to let you know, the hand garbage, condominiums usually stick together. I have a lady next door to me. Her garbage is outside her door. I go over, pick it up, and I take it out for her on garbage day. So we work together. But there's no better solution. You're not going to come in with carts. You can't do it with carts, and you can't do it with bins because the bins have mice, we have rats, we've had, and the garbage pickup when we do a handbag, we're having the same issue. We're going to have mice, we're going to have, the crows are just relentless on the bags, right? So this is a system that you can utilize for residential, commercial, and industrial.
Okay. And last question through the chair. So Moloch would provide the infrastructure, they would do the pickup, and so they would just have to have an arrangement with whoever's doing the processing.
They already have that in place,
Okay.
both for garbage, recycle, and food waste. And I do believe the food waste will not be going into the city of Regina's landfill. It goes somewhere else.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Just to your question, it is 193 for the smaller bin and 284 for the larger. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Francis, for coming forward, for bringing this idea. Who would we grant the one-year extension to?
All condominiums required to put in a food waste plan until they have time to engage with city and with Moloch and be able to do the infrastructure. It makes it a lot easier if the city initiates it because if the city's dealing with Moloch and not the condominiums and your bylaw states that we're going to do the city's going to do the infrastructure through Moloch, then it makes it easier. The problem is you are going to have to physically do assessments. You're going to have to come out to each one and figure out where it's going to go. But Moloch, I do believe, would be willing to give you that.
Thank you. I'm going to read you a possible amendment. And the question I'm asking you is whether this captures your idea, what you're asking. I do this because this is complex. So to read something like amend the waste management bylaw to grant a one-year extension to all condominiums required to put in a food waste management plan to permit Canadian Condo Institute to engage in meaningful consultation with the city, Moloch Corporation, and others on available alternative waste food management plans to meet the requirements of organic waste disposal. Is that what you're asking?
Absolutely. And add in garbage and recycle if needed. Because some of the corporations have expressed to us that the way they're doing it now, they need to change due to pest control. I'll leave it at that. I mean, if we could add garbage and waste if needed. I mean, most of them already have a private company that's doing it. If I can lower 927 condominium owners by $600 a year down to $193 a year, I'd be very happy. And I think they would be very happy to have this infrastructure put in by the city, done by Moloch. And yes, I like the idea. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for, except add garbage and recycle if needed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Through.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I just have one question myself. So you said that you have looked around the city, you've seen nothing like this here within Regina. Is that accurate?
Actually, we've seen nothing around the country other than this. A lot of them were, like, when I look at other chapters in the Canadian Condominium Institute nationally, Ontario is really, this company is really taking the lead on this. The company that's here that has the rights to Moloch has got huge investments already done in this. The trucks are on order. That's the other thing. The trucks are on order. When they get here, they'll be able to get started. This is a huge investment for them. But when I looked at it as this is probably a really good solution for the city. And I do believe the rest of the Canadian Condominium Institute members that we have agreed too. This is something that is inventive. It's something that the city can engage on and probably embrace. I know councillors should, because this is going to be really well for you for future development as well.
Thank you. No, the reason I ask is because out in my area, in the greenfield areas, there is a similar container like that in the Acre 21 in that area where they drop the bag, it comes out, it's exactly looks like that.
That's a Moloch system. This company has engaged with, they're getting the bigger trucks so they can do more. I do know for a fact that a lot of the developers now have engaged. I do business with quite a few of them, and I can tell you right now they have already engaged in them in the development of new condominiums or in areas where they need to have garbage, recycle, and food waste. So yes, but it's something that I think needs to be engaged by the city administration and council to get it done, because, you know, we want to get this over with so I don't have to come back here.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell, for being here today. I see no further questions. You can make your way back to the gallery.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we have no further delegations. We'll consider EX 24-32, the Waste Plan Regina Annual Report, Update. Can I have, please, Mr. Curtis Stoney, please introduce the report? Go ahead, Mr. Stoney.
Through the chair, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So the City of Regina's Solid Waste Management Plan, Waste Plan Regina, was adopted by City Council back in 2011. Since that time, it's been the guiding document for the development and delivery of the city's solid waste management policies and services for both residential and non-residential. The 2023 Waste Plan Regina update summarizes the accomplishments in solid waste management last year and outlines upcoming initiatives. And we had a very significant year in 2023. The food and yard waste service began in September of 2023, and 67,716 green carts were rolled out to residents in the City of Regina, a significant accomplishment. In addition, a user-paid system for garbage was introduced to encourage waste diversion and reduction and fund the food and yard waste service. In only 4 months, the food and yard waste service made a substantial impact on the city's annual residential waste diversion rate, increasing it by 5% to 24% in just those 4 months. The Household Hazardous Material Depot celebrated its first anniversary in the fall. In the very first year, 169 tons of hazardous material was collected, over twice the amount collected in 2022 for our household hazardous waste days. This is a great benefit to our landfill, but also to our waterways to ensure that this material is disposed of properly, which you'll hear about in the next report. Council approved waste diversion regulations for the industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors, aligning waste practices for Regina businesses and organizations to the residential waste diversion programs. The city engaged with over 4,300 residents through presentations, visits to the Waste Management Education Center, and information booths. There's a growing awareness among residents regarding their waste generation habits. Overall, waste generated by residents is dropping. From 2020 to 2023, that has decreased by approximately 8,000 tons. So over the years, the city has implemented the services and supporting mechanisms approved by council since 2011. The recent introduction of the user pay for garbage, the food and yard waste service, and the regulations for the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector mark some significant key initiatives in the waste plan Regina. In addition, the regulations that council has approved is driving innovation, as you just heard about with the delegation, which is the objective, is to drive innovation and to ensure that we can divert from our landfill. So as we look ahead, administration aims to refresh the plan and providing a modern framework to guide the city's waste management policies and services for the next 20 years and ensure that we have continued progress and innovation. I have a team here that is available to answer any questions. I'll just let you know who is here. We've got the Director of Water, Waste, Environment, Carolyn Kaleem. We've got the Manager of Program Development and Delivery, Janet Aird. Manager of Solid Waste Operations, Sean MacDans. And a Specialist in Waste Minimization, Erica Borlon. And so we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doney. Okay, I do have questions. And that would be Mayor Masters. Go ahead. Do you want to move the recommendation minus number 1?
I will, to start, I'll move recommendations with the deletion of point number 1.
Perfect, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doney, for the presentation. You listed a number at the very end, which I think was 8,000 tons of waste diversion. Sorry, can you give me that one to me again?
Yeah, and so that number is the residential waste generation. So we are producing less waste as residents in Regina. So from 2020 to 2023, residential waste generation has decreased by 8,000 tons. And so I mention that because the industry and the community is really changing from, yes, recycling and waste diversion is important, but what's even more important is not generating that waste in the first place. So that's the society shift that we're starting to see of think about what you're buying when you're going to the stores and when you're consuming items.
Right, okay. I actually have a question between Waste Plan Regina Residential Scorecard and then the report that was provided, which has really good data in it. Aside from the, current diversion rate, 24% approved diversion rate, the approved diversion target is 65. For each of these items, what was the target? Like, to me, the scorecard would be, a report card's out of 100. What did I get out of 100? And so, do you get where I'm going? Like, what were the annual campaigns encouraging reduction and proper recycling? So, and I think that you said, so how many campaigns did we do? But I think what you said in terms of the education center, you reached 4,300 residents, is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, through the education center and going to community events, there was over 4,300 interactions.
Okay. Yeah, frankly, there's just a disconnect to me between a residential scorecard that doesn't score anything. It's good information, but it doesn't score anything. Your report itself is showing, to your point about household hazardous materials depot in 2023, annual percentage change up 186%. That's massive. In the scorecard, it says that you'll review hours. Has that happened?
Through the chair, yes. So the household hazardous depot now is at the landfill for 1 year, and so we will look at hours to see if we are meeting the demands or if we need to increase that. And so that's something we will do on an annual basis. And through the chair, I see the connection that the mayor is making where we've got a scorecard here that we don't necessarily have a percentage of waste diversion for each item. And if you go to page 9 of kind of our glossy, that's where it shows that. And so some of them have a direct connection, like recycling service. We know that has X percentage to waste diversion, food and yard waste, obviously more. But the engagement is obviously pretty challenging to figure out if we didn't do the engagement, what would that percentage be? So those
Yeah,
are things
no,
that
fair enough,
that are a
fair
bit
enough.
more
But even the
challenging.
number of engagement, because I
That's
think,
right.
again, we know that people come and visit and literally want to go see your waste education center, which is good news. In terms of residential garbage, you're saying we are down 8.8% or up? On page 9, to your point of the report, it says residential garbage minus 8.8. We've reduced 8.8% or we're off target 8.8%?
Yeah, through the chair. So it can be a bit complex when you're trying to decrease things, but I'll explain it to you with numbers. So in 2022, we had 59,719 tons of residential garbage. In 2023, we had 54,445 tons. So we reduced the garbage by 8.8%, which is a good thing. It shows up here as negative because we've reduced the garbage.
Right. I will say on page 9, when you delineated between the delivery of the green carts to like pre and post delivery, that's great information, just more of a transfer. And in terms of the annual percentage change, the residential waste diversion rate, the percentage change of 5%, what was the target?
Through the chair. So we did not have a target for those 4 months because it was just obviously rolling it out. The objective is to get towards 65% for waste diversion. If residents recycled and utilized their food and yard waste carts exactly perfectly, we think we will be above 60%. So that's the target, is to get to 65%. That will take a few years if we do get there, and it'll be continuous conversations and education with residents.
Right, and I appreciate it. Through the chair, though, have we modeled annually what that would look like in order to get there? Like what would a target that we set? Because I think your education reflects upon adaptation, et cetera, so have we modeled what that looks like annually?
Yeah. Through the chair, no, we haven't broken down to what we're trying to achieve each year. We're looking for improvements, and now that we've got 3 stable systems, we're looking to see those increase substantially compared to the last 4 or 5 years where we've been pretty static at that 20%.
Okay, thanks. I may have more questions, Chair, but I have a couple councillors, I think, who have already signaled some changes.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by congratulating and thanking Mr. Dolney and his crew for developing the organic waste management program, and even more remarkably for implementing it with virtually no hiccups. I think it is a remarkable success and a remarkable contribution to the city, so thank you for that. I want to highlight a couple of points that the delegation made and then lead to the amendment that I've proposed or suggested in questioning him. First of all, I think a key point that he makes is that there is a lack of alternatives. He's correct to say that when we first adopted this plan, we thought that organic waste management programs for condominiums, companies offering that, would develop. Apparently it hasn't happened. I want to note as well that he feels that there's been a lack of meaningful consultation. We know as a council that we've heard from the condominiums repeatedly that they feel discomfort and perhaps unfairness about the organic program as it exists. And finally, I want to note his suggestion right at the end that perhaps the solutions that he asked be examined might provide solutions to our bigger question, outstanding question, which is organic waste disposal for businesses in the city. So with that, I'd like to move the amendment, which the clerk will put up on the screen, and I'll read. I move an amendment that City Council direct the administration to amend the waste management bylaw to grant a 1-year extension to all condominiums to put a food waste management plan in place to permit the Canadian Condominium Institute to engage in meaningful consultation, I want to say meaningful consultation, with the city, Moloch, I'm not sure of the spelling, corporation, and others on available alternative waste food management plans to condominiums to meet organic waste disposal, garbage disposal, and recycling requirements. I think the discussion along those lines has taken place in part already. I have nothing more to add to it, except that it seems to me to be an eminently fair request. And so for that reason, I'd like to move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I think, and just to be clear, and I can ask, I think Moloch is spelled M-O-L-O-K.
Could be.
Just as I've kind of Googled it, I think that's accurate. So, so on the amendment, Councillor Hawkins has brought forward an amendment. Councillor Stadnichuk, did you want to speak to the amendment? All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, go ahead.
Excuse me, through the chair. I support the amendment, and it is something that I know that the condo associations, Canadian Condominium Association has been asking for. And I think that it's important to understand, as Councillor Hawkins pointed out, that there is a lack of alternatives for this kind of service, and we want to see waste diverted. There's also an issue where, you know, one size does not fit all. And I think it's going to be, we have to understand that within our city, you know, residential homes to townhomes to condos to large apartment buildings, that the solution and what kind of services provided for food and yard waste is you might have to differ a little bit. Some of the questions that I get a lot from residents is, especially if they're a senior, maybe live alone or just a couple, and is that they say they never fill up their carts. Why do they have to have such big carts? But that was a solution that we found for the city, but it sometimes, you know, they just don't put it out as often, is kind of the way they deal with it. But there are some parts of the city where they can't use carts, and I just think we need to explore different alternatives. And as the delegation pointed out, this might have some application to the commercial and business sector as well as a solution. And it does make sense to have, you know, the weight of the city behind negotiations in terms of dealing with the company and trying to get the best price possible. So I support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens, were you wanting to speak on the amendment? Go ahead.
So, I doubt this would work, but Councillor Hawkins, would you consider putting this on pause until we come to council? And the reason I say that is we're trying to actually engage in a very inappropriate way with a company on the floor of executive with information I literally just heard that I haven't verified. Could you put this on pause until council, in the spirit of actually having time to think about it, and I will ask administration some questions? Yes or no is fine.
I appreciate your quest, but I feel that it should be on the floor so that we know exactly what will or will not go to council. The 2 weeks intervening is exactly to give what you request. So I think that you should ask your questions now. I think we should get the answers. It either passes or doesn't pass. If it passes, it goes to council, and the debate can take place in light of the answers you get now.
Okay, thank you. Again, in the spirit of wanting to go in the same direction, we're actually trying to procure services inappropriately on the floor with the company. Could administration comment on whether or not I'm out to lunch there, or if there's some other considerations that perhaps we could change how we're phrasing this?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So I'll just direct the conversation a little bit. So in the report before you, we are recommending that we already extend it 6 months to January of 2025. So this is asking for a year, no problem. Like if the council wants to do that, that's reasonable. We have recommended that extension because we've heard from the industry that there's limited innovation that's ready for application. Lots of work's happening. The second thing I would say is I would recommend we do not have any corporation involved in this motion, that we just engage with others, just to be, as you mentioned, not having any kind of public procurement process involved. The other thing I want to clarify and be very clear is that the way that I read this amendment is that the city will engage, we will consult, we will work with all condo associations, including the Canadian Condo Institute, but the City of Regina will not enter into any contracts with anybody. It's the condo associations and maybe the Canadian Condo Institute to do contracts with whoever they choose, because it's private sector, it's private land. The City of Regina typically does not work on private land. So that's my understanding of this amendment, but please clarify if that's not the case.
Okay, thank you. I guess my other comment is, and I've had great conversations with Jeff and others about this. I'll be perfectly honest. Seeing this policy come finally to the city after decades of lagging behind other municipalities is about as surprising as the sun coming up and going down at night. Like, this very change, I've been here 8 years and we've talked about this so many times. So I don't buy that there's been a surprise here. But I'm curious, I'm getting so much conflicting information. I've heard different information from companies who could actually provide this service in Saskatchewan. I've heard different information from administration. I've heard different information from residents. It's kind of chaotic. When there's an accusation here of no discussion or consultation taking place, I've heard otherwise. Can you comment on what that has looked like? Meetings have taken place. You've talked to condo owners. You've talked to apartments. Clarify what kind of consultation has already unfolded, if you could, administration.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll give an overview, and if more details, I'll ask the team to provide. But this goes back to about the fall of 2022 when we made the change from manual collection, or not having manual collection for condos. So conversations happened in the fall of 2022 as council made the decision for user pay. Those continued, focus on manual collection, and then in the fall of 2023, letters were sent to all condo associations. We use those terms very broadly because there are many different kinds of condo associations, condos, townhouses, like there's lots of different configurations. So letters were mailed in the fall of 2023 outlining that you needed to have a waste plan in place, contact the city if you got any questions or concerns, and that's the level of discussion that we've been having with anyone that wants to have it on the individual condo association level. And so we're still available and we'll be available forever to have those conversations. There are many unique situations for different buildings. As you drive through Regina, there very few are the same. And so this solution that was talked about may be great for a large number of them, but it won't be great for everyone. There's just so many different combinations of it. And so the private sector or the condo boards will go through the process to see what's right for them, and they can absolutely engage with the city and we can support them and give them our advice, but never a contract between us and the condo association.
Okay. Through the chair, my understanding is a multitude of options are possible for condos and others to meet the expectations of our bylaws that's unfolding. Hypothetically, because the large typical truck cannot enter into some of these condo spaces, what if I, as a condo, were just to say, you know what, we're just going to get 4 bins. There might be, I don't know, a dozen units or more, but given who we know are our residents, we only need 3 bins for everybody, maybe 2 bins, and that's actually satisfactory, and we'll just move those bins weekly to the road. Is that suitable for administration when it comes to condos having a plan? So they could share a bin or several bins.
Through the chair, that sounds like a great idea. So our regulations are very broad, where it just says you need to provide service similarly to the household residential service. So you need to have garbage, recycling, and food and yard waste. How you do that is completely up to the condo association, because maybe they can do, as you mentioned, Councillor Stevens, maybe they need more of a deluxe service like we've heard about from the delegation. So there's many different options. The regulations just state you need to have some way to have it picked up or processed. Sorry, I'll back up. You have to make sure it's being diverted from the landfill. So the compost on the counter is another good option. There's many different solutions that exist. Innovation is happening every month, and it's continuing, and that's one reason why we recommended to extend it by 6 months in the report.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So let's say, all right, we're extending it 6 months, and let's say we hear back from some of these condos that have a plan, but they're waiting for a company to kind of pick up that time frame, and they're over in that 6 months. So let's say 7, 8 months rolls around, they have the plan, the company isn't in place. Would they be offside of the bylaw and suffer the consequences, or would you understand that, hey, it's just going to take some time to actually physically get this service in place, the plan is there? Would that be suitable, even if they're a bit late?
Through the chair, yeah, the objective is to divert waste from the landfill. So we're not coming with a stick on 6 months in one day. It is, do you have a plan? What's that plan look like? Is it a real company that you're contracting with? That kind of stuff are things that we would ask. And absolutely, if it was 7, 8 months, that would be no problem as long as they have a commitment and are working towards that waste diversion.
Okay, perfect, thanks a lot. And thanks for the amendment. I'm thinking.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
One
Yeah.
more suggestion on the amendment is just that right now it talks about condominiums. In our bylaw, we talk about, we classify it as multifamily. And so to be consistent with the bylaw, you may want to consider replacing condominiums with multifamily.
Thank you. Just to clarify, with this amendment, do you, like, is this part of the bylaw? So would we have to change the bylaw to grant the 1-year extension, or is it just in the policy? I just need to be clear.
Through the chair, the report before you is changing the bylaw for 6 months, and so it is bylaw change. What would be changed here is instead of the 6 months as recommended in the report, it would be the 1 year.
Okay.
Of course, with the additional stuff, but the additional stuff is, in my perspective, would not go into the bylaw. That's just work that we need to do with the condo,
Okay.
or the multifamily units.
Thank you. That was just clarification for the clerk's office.
Madam Chair, if I might, there's been some suggestions here, perhaps as a request for friendly amendments. We've crafted this quickly.
Sure.
I'm
Councillor Hawkins?
happy to amend,
Okay.
as the administration suggested, to remove the idea of amending the bylaw.
Okay.
I'm also happy, as Councillor Stevens suggested,
To take out.
to take out the word, the name Mullet Corporation. And the reason I put in "and others" was just to create a global.
Oh, it isn't, oh, sorry. Sorry, go ahead. No, just sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
So first, I'd be happy to change the bylaw amendment into
Okay.
a form suggested by the administration. I'm happy to take out the word Mullet Corporation because I think it's caught with the words "and others." It was meant to be inclusive. And the bylaw, the amendment is not prescriptive. It doesn't refer to making contracts with anyone. It
Okay.
just refers to consultation. So just if it helps by way of friendly amendment, both the suggestion of Councillor Stanishuk and the suggestion of the administration are acceptable to me.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I do have, Councillor Manson, were you wanting to speak on the amendment? Okay, before we do that, the clerk does have a question just for clarification. Go ahead. Yeah, you're on. You're not
Nope.
on. Sorry, are you on?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Doney, the deputy and clerk and I are just a bit confused. The question we were asking for clarification was, do we need to amend the bylaw? Do we need to direct the solicitor's office to change the bylaw to provide 1 year? Okay, yeah, it's in the bylaw, so we have to change the bylaw. Okay, we needed that clarification.
Through the chair, you may want to put a date on it instead of just saying 1 year. So right now, the bylaw says July 1st, 2024. So if you want it 1 year, you may want to say July 1st, 2025.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just wondering if what the delegation spoke to, the landscape of the businesses offering services was in line with what administration's experienced development or city. Everything aligned with what was being expressed? Any kind of insights that would be appreciated.
Yes, through the chair. So in general, yes, there's options available that do require infrastructure and significant changes if that's the right thing for the condo association. We've seen it in some new developments. Obviously, it's easier to build it into new developments than it would be to retrofit. But there may be other simpler options too, as Councillor Stevens had mentioned. If people are able and willing to take their material to the street, that's an option, depending on the condo associations. If we're talking about, a tower with 400 units, or if we're talking about 6 or 7 townhouses. So, but yes, as was explained, that's definitely a technology that we've heard about, have limited knowledge on, but would be no concerns with supporting at a high level.
Okay. And understand the technology, only one corporate offering was expressed. Is that the landscape? Like, do you know what businesses are operating in our city for these types of services? Have you watched some of the long-standing businesses offer new offerings to adapt to the industrial commercial? Have you watched the landscape change? According to the delegate, there's not been a landscape change, and I'm just wondering what administration's experienced for corporate landscape change for offerings.
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll start and then just ask Ms. Ayer to give a bit more detail if she can. I would say that the landscape is changing, but it definitely has not changed yet. And so that's one of the reasons why we are recommending an extension of the multifamily requirements. And also one of the reasons why we said, or recommended and council approved implementation for the IC&I sector in 2026. This will take time to change. Also, there has been challenges, like we are very clear, are aware of siting compost facilities. And so that has been a challenge that was unexpected that we are dealing with on the administration side, and of course, private sector will also be dealing with that. So it's changing, but there's definitely, it takes a long time to change. Just ask Ms. Aird if she has any more details on what we're seeing and some of the potential innovations that could be there in the future.
Thanks, Curtis. Through you, the chair. We've been in contact with a number of businesses that have reached out, letting us know what services they have available, and Moloch is one of them. They are partnering with a company in the Qu'Appelle region for the processing. So there are different companies that are emerging as they're becoming aware that the requirement is there to process the material. As well, we worked with Sass Waste Reduction Council. We sponsored that pilot study for the counter composters with the idea that they could be used for small IC&I, like a hairdresser salon that doesn't have a lot of staff or doesn't generate a lot of food and yard waste, unlike a restaurant. And there are other industries out there that are approaching. And so it is changing. In terms of the containers, specifically what Moloch offers is the collection system. And companies like Loris and GFL also offer different size containers. One of the considerations is they currently have a larger garbage and recycling as they put in a food and yard waste. They might need the same footprint for containers, but different sizes of containers. So they might not need to expand the space, but change the type of container that's there. So that's what we've heard from the industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadenchuk, were you wanting on the amendment again, or? Go ahead.
Just the suggestion that came from Mr. Doney was that instead of saying a 1-year extension, that we should actually have the date. So it should say an extension to July 1st, 2025. And I just wanted to make sure that was caught.
That's what the second part says there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, no
Thank
worries.
you.
That's fine, thank you. So I think, I don't see, Mayor Masters, okay? Go ahead, Mayor. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Mr. Doney, can I ask your thoughts on why you think council would be putting this amendment forward at this time?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I think council will be putting the amendment forward because there's a perception that condos have not received the information they're looking for, or they're looking for more facilitated support from city administration.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, when we implemented the green card system, with the waste plan as it exists, and we rolled it out last year, whose interests were the city of Regina representing?
Through the chair, I'll answer it, but just if I don't answer it,
That's okay.
I'll give you my answer and just ask again if needed. So our interest when we roll out the green card service, as any service, is to provide the service to the largest number of residents possible, and in this case, for the lowest cost possible. So we worked really hard to get that user fee as low as possible, to be as economical as possible to as many residents as possible.
So, and I think your number was 67,716, right? Outstanding. So, for the condominiums who weren't served, because you're right, there's unique circumstances for each of them. What was the answer to them? We covered 67,716, but for you folks, you didn't fall within our mass bucket to the most residents as economically as possible. So what was the answer to them for how they got to participate?
Yeah, through the chair. So the answer to them is similarly to how it has been for recycling. And so the city does not provide recycling services or garbage services to a large majority of the condo corporations. What we did was in the fall of 2022, we worked with condos that we would not be providing manual service anymore. So that was 68 condos that we talked to them about changing the service. 50 of those associations changed to a cart service, and we provided that service to them. 18 needed to move to private service because they weren't willing, or their facility did not allow for the use of carts. And so that group, we recommended that they have private service going forward. But there's a very large majority of condos that we do not provide garbage service for or recycling service for. And so then the request is, through the regulations, is that they expand their service with their private sector to have food and yard waste service.
Thanks. Can you appreciate how, if it's just I'll call it 18, I know there was some reference to 80, maybe it's 80, but if you had 18 condos, how the assistance of the city, even in terms of being at the table to have discussions about alternative solutions, might be helpful?
Through the chair, yeah, there's definitely a benefit for the city to be involved in those discussions and to facilitate a conversation with the different condo boards, and to encourage the condo boards, maybe through CCI, if that's allowed, or just through those boards as themselves, to join together and enter into one contract with a private sector, but not for the city of Regina to be involved in that contract.
Right, yeah, I think you clarified that. I appreciate that. So my next question is, it's two parts, through the chair. The first one is, do you see potential solutions to other outstanding community problems that perhaps a covered waste collection and removal might make sense? And so I'm going to use, we have a Clean Property Act, and we had identified here at Executive Committee and Council areas of concern for where garbage ends up in alleyways on a regular basis, which is deeply troublesome to both the neighborhood as well as feelings of safety and pride and community. I was intrigued by the fob system where it's locked and perhaps buried. That would we be open-minded when we're engaging in these conversations, this consultation, to perhaps solutions to other problems that not yet considered?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. And so as an example for the IC&I sector and conversations that we've had, and we'll have much more over the next year, is we're encouraging them to work together, because if you've got a mall or a strip mall, everyone does not need their own bins. You can have one bin or one set of 3 bins to work together and to facilitate that waste collection. On the residential side of things, as you mentioned, there's a challenge with debris in alleys, and so we're looking at options that exist there. One option might be, in some situations, to try to move those carts to front pickup so that they're not left in the alleys, left out, and causing a challenge. Another option could be, and we have had these conversations, but it would need more of a change, is that would we provide some kind of a locking cart? And so that's an option. Pros and cons, because if you lose the key, then you can't put your garbage away. So yes, we're absolutely looking for options to explore individual or small subset of concerns in the city.
Okay, thank you. I'm more on the main motion, but I appreciate that. I just think that you and your team have shown leadership as it relates to the Waste Master Plan. I think that leadership in terms of both facilitation, commercial, industrial, condos, as well as those unique situations or concerns that we have ourselves. I think your participation in facilitating some of these conversations and consultation would be important and significant and frankly probably valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stevens, were you on the next part or on the amendment? Okay.
To Councillor Hawkins, given the fact that there's already a bit of leeway that they could follow when it comes to adhering to the timelines, would you be amenable to just scrapping the 1-year extension component? Okay. the assumption built into our approach is that the private sector would magically solve problems, which seems to be a bit flawed, and it hasn't. So we just assumed that it would work when we withdrew this service. Councillor Hawkins, would you consider changing this to just having the city deliver the services where the private sector doesn't, which is the whole reason the municipal governments deliver services for the last 200 years?
I don't want to get engaged in an ideological debate on whether this is properly a government function or properly a private sector function. Rather than go down that road, I'd like to see all of the various segments here, the city, the Canadian Condominium Institute, other condominiums, others interested, involved in meaningful consultation. I think that the Canadian Condominium Institute has a role to play here in much the same way in a labor negotiation that a union has a role to play in helping to coordinate many diverse voices. Well, I recognize that the Canadian Condominium Association is a voluntary organization, a union is certified. So I just think this is an effort to get a meaningful consultation going on in order to take advantage of emerging innovative solutions. And I think this amendment does that.
Thank you. So for the second part, I missed that in the back and forth. But that second part is basically an option presented, which is sorry, I'm just making sure I'm reading this correct. Oh no, so that's the full year extension as per item 1. Sorry, I just saw the language perpetually changing up there, so that's all I had. Thank you.
Trying to work it. So I just have a question in regards to, I mean, we've heard from the condo associations since this embarked, and we're still hearing the same thing today from them, that there's been no engagement or very little engagement. So my point is that I appreciate this motion to go forward, which will engage CCI, condo, however you want to say it, multifamily. But this can't be rocket science. Like other cities, we're not the first city to bring in a waste plan that must have a company that does this kind of work, where the city looks at holistically rather than always these one-offs. Have we not found any cities that have done it that way? Through the chair, or yes, I am the chair. Through you. Yeah.
Through the chair, so just to clarify the questions, do other cities provide services directly to condo associations?
No, yeah, but part of it, I guess what they're asking is looking at it this holistically and saying, instead of condos one-off doing this one, doing that, literally if, you know, it's gonna be cheaper if the city's there, we're the ones looking at it. Is there been cities that have done that?
Yeah, through the chair. So, for recycling services, you know, it's pretty common that they're established. Food and yard waste is relatively new in the prairie provinces. It's more common out east, and so that happens. Further out west, it's more common, but kind of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, we're kind of moving in this path together. So there are many different options for condo associations depending on what that condo looks like. I would say in general, this is in general, cities don't provide services to the condo associations. I know there are some that do, but they provide a particular service that the condo then needs to adapt to that service. And so whether it's a cart service or whatever it may be. So there's just many different permutations and combinations of services when it comes to non-standard residential housing.
Okay, so I'm in the east, I represent the east, acre 21 in those areas, those commercial have those bins that go into the ground. What, do you know, again, we would have had to approve that as they're within city limits. What company is that? And again, I don't want to, and I appreciate that we're just not looking at one company, because if we've got companies out there that do it and they're already here, I mean, let's look at it all holistically. Are you aware that it's there?
Yeah. Through the chair. So I don't have direct knowledge of that, but absolutely the permitting team would have gone through that and reviewed it to make sure it meets all of our regulations. And because we've put these solid waste regulations in place and they're out there quite a ways, any new development now knows they're coming and will build accordingly. And so I think council has done exactly what is best practice, is put a regulation out there in a few years that people can plan for it and build for it. And new development absolutely is doing that. because they know that those changes are coming.
Okay. All right, well, I do support this amendment. I do, but I think I just want to ensure that it's going to be consultation, looking at different options, not just that them doing it on their own. That we'll take everything into consideration as to the options of city, condos, and then how would this come back, I guess, to us in a year? You're saying this, it would just be in 1 year, all this work, or?
Through the chair. So for number one, I just want to clarify that we're not consulting on the city providing the service, unless council directs us otherwise. We are consulting on facilitating other options. When we hear of different technologies, we'll bring it to the CCI and share it with any kind of condo that comes forward, and we'll facilitate that conversation. But that is not looking at an option for the city to provide the service. And so I don't see number one needing to come back to council in a formal way. Number two, obviously, would be approved, and then I think I heard the original report was moved, not considering recommendation number one, and so that would mean we come back every year, as we do now with an annual report for Waste Plan Regina.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. Remembering when this change was made, it was both condominiums, industrial and commercial. Just looking at the amendment on the floor right now, it only concerns condominiums. How will this affect the timelines on industrial and commercial changes? Do they still have to follow through the original path as laid out a year ago?
Through the chair, yes. Currently, council has approved the IC&I sector to have the regulations in place by January of 2026. And so we, based on the conversations with Mr. Plater and the Chamber of Commerce, we had recommended that for 2026, and council approved that. So this has no impact on that change right now.
Perfect. Corporate responsibility there. I'm sure they can make it, and they don't need any breaks. They got to pull the boots up. Thanks.
Perfect. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Hawkins, you can close debate.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I hope that this results in good open-minded conversation. I hope that at the end of the day, the condominiums will feel fairly treated, that they've been heard. And finally, I hope that this will raise innovative solutions that will be helpful in solving the questions condominiums have raised, but also innovative solutions, as Councillor Mancinelli just suggested, perhaps across a wider issue of how we get universal organic waste waste disposal. I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the amendment is passed in a vote of 5 in favor, 1 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Mayor Masters, Councillor Standenchuk and Mancinelli, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against was Councillor Stevens, and for the record, Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, LeBlanc, Findura, and Mole are absent from today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We are going to take a break, and we will be back here at 10:47. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Super, thanks a lot. I have a question about how administration, through the chair, kind of tracks what happens to the waste. So we understand what goes into the bin, we understand someone picks it up. Is it possible and feasible to report on the entire landfill diversion supply chain? So we know that once it goes to the sorting facility at Emterra, it ends up somewhere where it's being processed and put into, you know, consumer products. Is there any way for us to map that and report on it in the future?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'm going to start and ask Ms. Aird about what we currently know and what we get from Emterra. So when we look at the solid waste streams, of course, landfill, unfortunately, we know what stays at the landfill and is managed there. The green cart waste, we know exactly what happens to that. It's in our pilot facility right now and turned into compost, and so that's very trackable. The blue material, or the recycling material, goes to Emterra and is processed there, and then from there it is sent to markets. And I'll just ask Ms. Aird kind of what we know about that material and what reporting we get through our contract with them. Up to Ms. Aird, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the Emterra material, specifically, we get the tonnages that are going in so that we're collected in the trucks. The trucks go over the weigh scale going into the facility and coming out, so we know what goes in. We do contamination audits monthly that tell us the amount of contamination in to give us a measure of how much of that material is not accepted items. And then in addition to that, we have reports that tell us how much went to market, what types of market, and it's by product. So it would break it down by paper, the fiber, cardboard, the different types of plastics, glass, and what markets they go to.
Okay.
So, and then we also get what they take to the landfill that they couldn't divert or that came in that they can't do anything with.
Okay, thank you. Might it be possible, I don't want to add more work, but if you have that information to provide a bit more granular detail in future waste plan updates to that effect?
Through the chair, yeah, we can look at that. One thing we need to look at is confidentiality, and
Yep.
so we'll make sure that we're meeting our contract and that there's no concerns there, but it's something we can consider and see how much we can incorporate in the future.
Super. Through the chair, I appreciate how much work is being put into tracking greenhouse gas emissions in this context. 2 requests, and if you don't have an answer to it, that's fine, maybe another time. Can you provide me with a comparison of what savings we're contributing when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions by having a compost yard waste system at the landfill versus picking it up? And the reason I think it's important is I'm dealing with too many calls asking me to do the math between the truck that's driving around to pick it up and then how we're reducing our emissions somewhere else. So could there be a kind of a net mapping of greenhouse gas emissions related to the waste system?
Through the chair, yes, that has been provided and could be provided. I don't think I have it at my fingertips right now, but definitely we have done the analysis to ensure, and we know by driving around there are some increased greenhouse gases, but there's substantially less greenhouse gases produced when we do the processing of the food and yard waste. So I don't think the team has that at their fingertips right now. It is in previous reports, and so we could find that and provide it to all mayor and council.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, and this is, I think, a question for administration, but also my council colleagues who are representing us through SUMA. In my conversation with the company that's taken on the city contract for the composting system, they had mentioned the advances in regulations in provinces like British Columbia about composting facilities. And part of that negated the conflict that those companies have with municipalities when it comes to situating those facilities in rural areas or even cities. Perhaps we can have a conversation about the regulations and standards that are being advanced in this province that help us when it comes to how we develop policies around landfill diversion, recycling, composting. What's happening there, and can we perhaps advocate for improvements to environmental regulatory standards that help our waste plan strategy? General, just put it out there.
Let's take that. Councillor Hawkins, do you sit on the environment? Yeah. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
I'll take that back. SUMA is involved with all municipalities that are members in trying to encourage cooperation between the municipalities in order to reduce the number of landfills. The landfill regulation has been a tremendous burden financially on smaller communities. SUMA's been involved in trying to coordinate that as well, but I think your point goes a little further. I think it says that you'd like to buckle in a little more attention to the environmental aspect.
Yeah.
So I'll take that back.
Thank you. Maybe along the same line here, last question. How can we, I don't want to be the place where everyone takes their crap, but is there value in actually through regional coordination to have our composting facility be a regional compost facility? And we could generate some revenue, but also save small communities from having to develop their own systems. We saw the problems with all of these different providers. Maybe a response from administration for how we could be a regional hub for a lot of other neighboring communities. And is that feasible given, you know, land, existing facilities and so on?
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, through the chair, so that definitely was an objective when we put out the RFP, is that we told them what material that we would be providing them through our food and yard waste program. But through conversations, we've indicated that both the IC&I program is coming forward, and we would expect other municipalities to implement this in the future. And that was their plan as they were building their compost facility. Plans have changed, and of course now they're working on a permanent facility, still with the eye to the future. But it will be a bit more challenging to accept a larger region just with some of the challenges they've got with finding land and the space.
Perfect, thanks.
And sorry, one more thing. I've got the stats here for the GHG. I can provide it to you now to save a piece of paper. So approximately 10,800 greenhouse gas savings are expected for the food and yard waste program, and it will take approximately 400 additional greenhouse gases for collection. So, you know, we're 20 times-ish in GHG savings.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. On page 10 of the plan, there's an infographic that shows that after the introduction of the food and yard waste service, that we still have 35.5% of what's going into the garbage bins is food and yard waste. And we know, and you also reported that only 24%, we only have a 24% waste diversion rate, which is an increase from 19%, but it's still a little bit low. What have you, has your team kind of assessed what you think is going on? Is it just a lack of broader public education that needs to happen? How do you intend to kind of address some of these issues that food waste is still going into the garbage?
Yeah. Through the chair. So just to clarify a little bit, so as mentioned, after the food and yard waste service, 35.5% of food and yard waste is still going into the garbage cart, but the diversion since we introduced the green cart program has been about 39% for that period of time, from September to December.
Okay.
When it's averaged out for the whole year, it's 24%.
I see.
But regardless, there's still a lot of work to do on communications and changing behavior, because eventually we would like that 35% of the food and yard waste that's in the garbage to be in the green carts. And so it will be a continuous ongoing campaign. We had 3 communication campaigns planned, which was your cart's coming, your cart's here, your cart's arrived, your cart's here. And so we're in that 3rd phase right now, working with our communications team to figure out when the right time is to communicate that and have a sustained change in combination with all the other communication that the city is doing. So it's something that is being worked on. It's in the market, like the historical ones in the market, but it'll continue to happen. And with all of the engagement that happened at the Waste Management Center, we encourage schools to come out. That's really the big drivers, where we can have kids in there pressing things and seeing how environment works, and whether it's water or waste, it's all connected. Taking that back home to the dinner table and talking to mom and dad about where you put your food and yard waste. And then being at open at street events, farmers market, things like that. Everyone has a green cart, in residential homes. Everyone has a green cart now, and so there's always lots of concerns with change, but that change has happened now, and it's there and it's available. So I expect, it will take years to have this change implemented, just like recycling. Initially, we had very poor, I'll take that back. Initially, we didn't have as good of results as we expected, and lots of education, lots of public campaign to improve that, increase that diversion rate, but there's still work to do there. So now we have 3 stable services for residential, and we'll continue on the public education campaign.
Okay. And through the chair, just to follow up on that, so this might be part of the 3rd phase of the communications campaign, I'm not sure. I get service requests sometimes where people ask me what could go into the carts, and I forward it on, and the staff are very good at providing responses in terms of what can go into the green bin. The delegation that spoke earlier today was talking about garbage being smelly or worrying about rodents, and that did strike me as odd, because if you are composting properly, if you are putting food and yard waste in your green bin properly, your garbage should not have anything that would attract rodents or would smell. Is that kind of correct? Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, through the chair. So, our food and yard waste bins can collect anything organic. The list is very long, but those items are typically the ones that would smell in your garbage. Meat, bones, dairy, or something that people ask questions about, that can go in your food and yard waste. So if you are using your compost or your food and yard waste bin fully, I'm going to say there is very, very little in your garbage that is going to create a smell over time. And that's why we are picking up the food and yard waste weekly in the summer, because we do understand that, yes, that is a requirement, particularly for the yard waste, but the volume is there. And then the garbage is now bi-weekly, because I can speak from personal experiences that you take out 1 or 2 small bags a week, because everything else is going into your blue bin or your green bin.
Yes. And through the chair, is there a site, on our city website, is there a site that, so that residents don't have to always do a service request, is there a site where it outlines, people can type in something and find out whether or not it can go in the green bin? I know that there's the Waste Wizard, and I'm not sure if that's it, or is there something else?
Yeah, through the chair, there's definitely many options to find out what goes into your green cart. For many residents, the Waste Wizard is that tool that's on your phone, and you're able to use any time, so you can type any product in there, and it'll tell you where to put it, which bin to put it in. Also, the website, there's the information there that lists the large majority of all the material that goes in the food and yard waste. So there's many ways to do it, but if residents, for whatever reason, don't like the app or don't have access to the internet, they can always call, and we can provide that information to them.
Okay. And my last question is just regarding whether or not you have received, if there's been a number of service requests or emails, calls about affordability, if that is an issue for some people. So I'm not sure if there's, if you've, I'm sure you've tracked those kinds of things, if you can kind of mention whether or not that is a concern among some of our lower income citizens and seniors, through the chair.
Yes, through the chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Aird if she has any just high-level information of calls that we've received or concerns, but that is one, obviously, reason that administration recommended and council approved the affordability program for solid waste. And so if you are in low income, there's an affordability program for that. So I'll ask Ms. Aird if she has any information or just a bit of context of our receiving those calls, or is it not really being utilized? And sorry, Ms. Aird may or may not have that information, because it's probably our utility billing team that has that.
Through you, the chair, we have not received any calls on affordability in our group. It might have gone to the taxation group, but we have not had any calls on that.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Mayor Masters, you're up.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. We had 3 communication plans as it related to the green rollout. What is the communication plan costs as it relates to the waste plan?
Through the chair, I don't have that available. I see Ms. Swenson is on, and I don't know if she'll have that at her fingertips, but if she could provide some information of the high-level cost of our communication plan, that would be appreciated. Ms. Swenson?
Ms. Svensson, if you can respond, that'd be great.
Yes, thanks. Through the chair, the initial campaign for the launch, where we gave a kind of that heads up, started the education, and then did the rollout, we had about $300,000 in the first year. That was because of the significant rollout citywide. In this year, we'll probably spend between roughly about $100,000 for the annual campaign.
Okay, thank you very much for that. In terms of contamination rates, what's our contamination rate? I'm trying to figure out if this is it. Contamination rates on the blue bins.
Through the chair, I'm going to, there's a bunch of percentages here, so just to make clear, I'm going to ask Ms. Aird if she can provide that information to us.
Ms. Aird, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just a second. I'm trying to find on average, like for just the recycling cart, the previous years we were at 9%, and the past years we've been over 9, around 10, 11, and I'm just trying to find the chart. Mine is funny. I don't know why it's switching pages.
That's okay. Mary Masters, if you have another question, we can come back.
I'm coming to organics next.
So-
What's the contamination rate of organics? But go ahead.
Sorry, the contamination rate isn't on that chart, but it's averaged 9%. The past year it was over 10%, more at 11 or 12%, and that's where we've been hovering for the past few months.
What's the penalty on recycling for, like, we got a threshold we have to meet for contamination, or our costs go up?
So currently we don't have a threshold. We have different rates we pay the processor for our processing fee based on contamination. So they go up in increments of 5%. So 0 to 5 is one processing rate, 5.1 to 10 is another, and then between 10 and 15, and then over 15. So it impacts our processing fee.
Okay. And in terms of organics, have we noticed any kind of contamination there as it relates to plastics or other things going in the green bins? Are we measuring contamination rate of our organics?
We do this, we do the curbside waste audits, which tell us what's going in the carts. It's a sample of 100 households. And the contamination on the green carts has been around 2 to 3%, which is about what we've seen in the pilot. The contamination items are typically the wrong use of a plastic bag, so not using a BPI certified compostable plastic bag, but a general plastic bag, as well as some other products that just don't belong.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the curbside waste audits, how many times a year do we perform those?
We do 4 curbside waste audits. There's one for each season, so a spring, summer, fall, and winter.
What's the cost of the curbside waste audits?
They're approximately $29,000 to $30,000 per audit.
Trying to tie this all together, folks. Back in 2021, we had Prairie Robotics. We did a pilot project with Prairie Robotics, who has essentially built software to do cart audits. And over 3 or 4 months, 5 months maybe, they did 42,275 audits on 11,800 households. They sent out 10,254 mail cards and saw a 41.5% improvement based upon that feedback. I remember, and I forget who I spoke to in Waste, I asked the question about, why we wouldn't expand this program if it cost a few $100,000 to put it on every truck so that we could reduce our diversion rate. And there was some concern about folks getting cards and errors, the Be Cart Smart and the oops. So there was about a 0.43% of the individuals out of the 10,000 and change who received the oops card received it in error. So it would seem to me that between communication, change behavior, and cart audits, that using AI and hardware and software platform and AI to perform waste audits, as well as coupled with education campaigns where we saw such an improvement over a few months, is there a reason we wouldn't want to look at something like that when we're getting penalized, or we're spending $100,000 a year in education, we're being penalized for the processing fee based on contamination, and coupling those two together?
Through the chair, it's definitely something we've considered and are considering in the future. Lots of benefits, as you mentioned. Some of the challenges is that if a resident receives something in the mail, they may change their behavior, but if they don't, 10 more doesn't really help change that behavior. And so we had some good results there, obviously, that, as you've mentioned. So it's something we continue to look at in the future to see whether it's Prairie Robotics or others. We have issued some stuff to the market, and I'll just ask Ms. Aird to give us an update of where we're at with that and how we're exploring those options.
Ms. Aird?
Through you, Madam Chair, in terms of Prairie Robotics, we did use them and piloted them, and we are looking at bringing them on board again with 2 trucks and 2 cameras for the blue cart and 1 for the green cart to trial that. On the green cart side, the problem or the issue tends to be the fact that things are bagged, and if they're bagged, they can't see through the bag. But we are planning to enter a trial with them again.
Okay, and I'll just wrap up here through the chair, is that, so many of the initiatives of the waste plan, are being implemented, and ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to behavior and education. There's not much more we can do, and so when we can use new technology, smart technology, to help educate and actually, marry up communication as well as analytics, I think that is probably the next phase to help communicate with residents in a really targeted way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. Knew if I waited long enough, I wouldn't have to ask many questions. Thanks, guys. I want to follow up right where the mayor left off. Looking through the residential scorecard, I see the 24% diversion, the target of 65, a whole bunch of activities that have already been implemented. Really, the only thing I really see is that permanent hazardous household waste facility monitoring left to achieve the 65% level. Am I misinterpreting the scorecard? Are we running out of levers to pull?
Yeah, through the chair, you're pretty accurate that from the residential waste diversion perspective, we have rolled out all of the initiatives that we expect to roll out. Of course, the food and yard waste was just last fall, and so now we're looking for behaviors to change, and as the conversation was, how do we change that behavior? But yeah, we don't have a lot more triggers to pull on the residential waste diversion. It's really working on the communication to change that behavior. I think I mentioned earlier, if we had perfect compliance with the residential waste diversion, we're looking to have about 62% based on past waste audits. There's also a conversation in the industry about how you calculate waste diversion, and so, for example, other MBN communities take into account what goes to Sarcan, for example, for your cans and for other items, tire recycling, things like that. So we have to make sure we're always comparing apples to apples, but regardless, we're still shooting for the 65% waste diversion.
Okay. And just thinking to what I witnessed in our city every time I go to the home show, what I see show up around for, things to give away, to learn, this has been one of our biggest things to communicate for some time now, hasn't it?
Through the chair, yes, we've definitely had very robust communication campaign in the past, obviously focused on recycling, because that's what we had for all residents. We did a little bit of communicating for the pilot residents for the green cart, and then obviously lots of communicating in the summer and fall of 2023 for the green cart. And so now we're at the stage where all homes have 3 services: garbage, blue cart, and green cart, and the opportunity really is to communicate to the entire city about waste diversion in those 3 carts.
Just to make sure I don't have a wrong perception, we've also invested a lot of time and energy educating in the schools, probably almost a whole graduating class's worth by now. It's been a decade or more, hasn't it?
Yeah, through the chair. So we rolled out recycling in 2013, And so since then, we have been in the schools. Obviously, COVID had an impact in a couple of years that we didn't get out as much as we wanted to, but educating the schools is really important because that is where we start to change behavior in the homes. So that'll be a focus as we go forward still.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure that I was aware of that before I started opening my mouth, because I walked around a little guy all the time, so I know you got to use a carrot more than a stick, otherwise you get beat up. But sometimes a stick has to come out. I've talked to many residents who believe in this program. It was hard to adapt. A lot of them were early composters. A lot of people are very aware of garbage costs now. You know, that education has been through a community. But what I get nowadays is a lot of disillusionment into how people treat this, the way the rates of contamination make us all pay, people's lack of respect for what we're trying to achieve. And I think it's maybe time for the stick to come out a little bit quicker. I said I'd feed this back when I had the chance, so that's my chance to feed it back. A lot of people have expectations of the commercial entities in our city to step up, and I'm glad to hear that, you know, we do have to work on the condos to cooperate and provide a little bit of assistance to get them organized. But for the business cases, another thing that's been mentioned to me, you know, corporations make money, I know, and the amount of waste generated shows up in your charts. So I've been happy to really try to help move this along as, you know, one of the representatives, and to really friendly and cooperatively educate the residents on why this is important, and especially for the next generation and everything we're trying to achieve. But just want to really get across that at some point we have to start auditing, and those who aren't contributing properly are costing us all a lot of money. Do you have a dollar figure for what that contamination rate on the blue carts costs the residents of Regina every year for someone who just doesn't really like to recycle, or maybe it's against their beliefs?
Yeah, through the chair. I don't know if we have, I'll ask Ms. Aird if she has, that has a high level, but definitely, as she mentioned, different percentages have, we pay different processing amounts, so.
I'm guessing that's going to be hundreds to millions, so I'd really like that high-level number, so we know what our choices bring us for costs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I can just ask Ms. Aird if she has an order of magnitude of what it would cost from, you know, the, let's say, very low percentage up to a higher percentage.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I apologize, I couldn't hear over the discussion that was beside me.
Previously, you kind of explained how the levels of contamination go 0 to 5% increase to one cost, 5 to 10 to another cost, 10 and up another cost. I understand the difference in cost, but what's the actual dollars that's costing us for people being irresponsible for their behavior?
Oh, okay, yeah, so the rates, sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So the difference in the rate is, I'm going off I'll have to go back and look specifically, but it's not more than $5 per level. And the total we pay in processing fees based on the tonnage we're collecting is about $130,000 to $140,000 a month, I believe. I can double check that. I've got a spreadsheet. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind that. So $130 to $140 per month, $5 per level. If it's a $5 starting at a level, that's a big jump, and if it's a $100 level, that's not that big a deal.
Yeah, through the chair, we can definitely get those numbers and, you know, just provide it to council. And it's also good feedback of maybe that can be incorporated into communication campaigns going forward, is that, you know, if we all work together, we can reduce the costs, and if we don't, then we're all going to pay for those costs. So that's something we can definitely take away.
Well, through the chair, we got the media here right now, and they love to say where things are going wrong. So if we're paying an extra $1 million a year for being dumb, I hope they put that in the paper.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think we're at that magnitude, but we can definitely share that information when we have it. Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, on page 11, we talk about the Fleet Street landfill. And it says, you know, the landfill is the largest source of corporate emissions for the city, the methane gas capture system, and landfill gas to energy facility plays an important role in reducing the emissions. It goes on to talk about the system and how much it captures. And, but I guess what I've also understood is that, you know, we actually profit from this. Can you tell me what that is that we would make in a year, or?
Yep. Yeah, through the chair, so we have a well system in place at the landfill, and we capture that landfill gas and put it through an electric engine, basically, and we sell that to SAS Power. The costs that we recover from that, I'm going to provide a range and just ask Ms. Wellman to confirm, but we're in that $700,000 to $800,000 per year. Is what we look to recover if it's operating, you know, all year round and the uptime is very high, which we've been very successful over the last year or two to have that uptime high. We've done some changes there to clean the gas and things like that. So just ask Ms. Wellman if I'm in the right order of magnitude.
Through the chair, that's correct, and each year, as our agreement with SaskPower increases, those values will increase as well.
Thank you very much. So why don't we do another one or another two of those?
Through the chair. Excellent question. I'll ask Ms. Wellman to provide some details, and we are looking at expanding the well system at the landfill. And so I'll just let her give you an overview of what that looks like.
Thank you.
Through the chair, first off, I want to mention that the most cost-effective way to reduce greenhouse gases is through diversion. It is not cost-effective to remove it through the wells at the landfill. It's more of a cost recovery system, as it's quite expensive to put in the wells, but it's a better option than releasing it to the environment. Further to that, we're currently looking into a feasibility study that we've recently gotten some funding from the federal government to look into a technology that on our current landfilling area. So that's will come out in the next year or so on what we might be looking into to further reduce the greenhouse gases coming from the landfill.
Thank you. So, not to get into the weeds, but why would we need to do a feasibility study when we're already doing the work? And we are already capturing, it already says here, like, again, why would we need to go into that depth unless we're looking at some type of a new technology?
Through the chair, yeah. So these are complex situations. What we have right now are called vertical wells. So they go straight down. What we're looking at, I believe, is potentially looking at horizontal wells. So just very, very different when it comes to the engineering side of things. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification. One of the, I remember when this came in, and one of the biggest pieces was engagement. Before we moved in this process, from the experts, I'm going to say experts, they said you cannot move this along without having the public input and come along with you. So I guess I'd like to know is, do we know that how many people are actually participating out of the residents? Do our trucks, when they go by, kind of look at how many, I'm going to say for the compost bins, how many are actually out, how many people are actually utilizing them? Because I've heard sometimes people say, I'm just going to leave it there, everything goes into my garbage, I'm not, so how is that being monitored? And is it sometimes through our drivers, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. So number 10 of kind of the glossy here, I'll walk through some percentages there that answer some of those questions. And of course, we've got before food and yard waste and after. So we'll focus on the after food and yard waste. And in particular, on the very bottom there, we have something called set-out rate. So it's 64%. So since we rolled out the green card, 64% of the time the green card is out to be picked up. So we want to improve that. Also, it's about 40% full. And so that's going to be very seasonal for food and yard waste. In the spring, you're going to have it quite full, and in the middle of winter, it's going to be not very full at all. But that's the average that we see. So that information is collected, and it helps us determine, are we meeting the service expectations or the needs of the residents? So like if our set-out rate was 100% and our percent full was 100, we're probably not meeting the overall waste needs of the community. So we don't want it to be that high. We want it to be a bit lower, but we still want to make sure that they're utilizing the full services. If you go up to the garbage cart rates, that set-out rate is 80% and percentage full is 60. That percentage full is pretty full. And if you look at the food and yard waste, 35% of that is still green cards. So that's what we're trying to shift that 35% into the green card through our education campaigns in the coming years.
Okay. Talking about the green cart, I've had concerns from residents that we've reduced the hours in the leaf and yard site. Can I ask why we would do that? So if people have large yards, they've got a whole bunch of stuff, and they still fill their bin, why, and some people need to take truckloads or whatever it is, why would we reduce those hours?
Yeah. Through the chair, and so this is, the first year of change, and so we're looking to see what meets the expectations. But right now, we are really encouraging everyone to use their food and yard waste bin, their green bin, but also look at when they're mowing their lawns, leave the grass on the lawn. It's better for water conservation, it's better for the lawn itself, and so leave it on the yard. But if you are going to use it, like if you have a larger yard and you've got branches and things that fit in the green cart, then go ahead and put them in the green cart. We expect that overall the amount of tonnage that goes to the yard waste depot is going to drop off substantially because everyone will be using their green carts. But we didn't want to close it. We still want to have it available. So right now it's available on Fridays and Saturday.
Right.
Saturday and Sunday, I'm sorry. I got a confirmation from the team, really to focus on that residential experience. So if they can come and drop off any material on Saturday and Sunday. But we encourage you to use your green cart, and if you've got yard waste, for example, it could go, you could stake that over a couple of weeks. It could stay in your yard if it needs to be, if there's too much for one weekly pickup.
Thank you. And how is that communicated to residents as to the hours? Is it on the website, or, because I think one of the pieces was they really couldn't find out when it was open, and I understand now it's May 4th. But how would they find that out so they can plan if they are doing yard cleanup or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. That information is on the website, and we issued a news release just last week, I think it was, to clarify that it's open as of May 1st, as of today? No, May 4th, okay, coming up. Maybe I'll just let Mr. McDonald's provide some information on the hours and the service we're providing there.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, the site will be open May 4th. So basically moving forward, it'll be open Saturday and Sundays from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. So that kind of meets with the historical traffic patterns for residential use and that, so we tried to maximize that with the rest of the operation.
Thank you very much. Just the last question, and it's regarding blue bin pickups that are sited out around the city. Sometimes they're very messy and unkept, and so as a city, it's our responsibility. We ask everyone to keep their yards and everything clean. What is our commitment to ensuring that these bins are picked up regularly? And I'll use the one in my ward, the Sandra Schmerler. It's constantly full. A high growth area, but and I'm sure that's not the only one around the city. So what is the commitment from the city to ensure that we're being proactive in getting out there more than once a week? Because we are pushing people to recycle. And I'll tell you, my recycle fills up way faster than anything else. So if I have to take big boxes or I have to whatever, I do fold them up. But what is the responsibility of the city to ensure, and how is that communicated?
Yeah, through the chair, very good question and good opportunity to talk about it openly so that everyone can help us work towards a solution. So there are some sites, the big blue bins is what we call them, where you take excess recycling material and put it into those bins if it won't fit into your cart, in your blue cart at home. And so what we really ask residents, because of course a box takes up a huge volume if it's not crushed down, so please crush those boxes down and put them into the big blue bins. There's many times where the team shows up and yes, the bin is full, but it's probably only 25% full because the boxes are still full size instead of being crushed down. So we will actively message that. Of course, there's signs at the big blue bin sites to do that. The ones that are really busy, we work with our contractor to make sure they're picked up as frequently as possible. So in some situations, we pick them up Friday at the end of the day, knowing that the weekend's going to be very busy, and we go again Monday morning to pick them up. But we are not meeting all of the expectations because some of those locations are still have boxes and material outside of them. So what we need to do is expand locations. And so, for example, in the southeast, we're working to expand location at the future fire hall, which is the plan right now. And so we're working on through the design of that to ensure that we can meet the overall service capacity in that area.
Okay, that's awesome. And I would say, just a comment, this is a huge undertaking. I know it's new for our city, it's new for residents, but I would say that we know it's the right thing to do and it's a step forward. I just think it's part of that education process. We And as we're asking people to recycle, that we make sure that we've got spots, and I would agree, and I hope the media does pick this up, but crush the boxes. Because I think the next point is they get so over, I mean, people are saying, well, just put cameras out there already, because it's the same people just keep dumping, that kind of thing. So I just hope that residents, you know, if it's full, just pick, you know, it will be picked up, and that's kind of the messaging, right? Okay. All right, and Councillor Mancinelli, you have something you want to add? Go ahead. Sorry.
I forgot a prior point I was asking about on this matter. About 6 months ago, I had asked in a meeting about recycling of used oil containers, used antifreeze containers, and used DEF containers, especially in regards to retail outlets. I noticed in Saskatoon at gas stations, they were offering recycling for those matters. They're not a normal recycling stream. The SARC is in Saskatchewan to handle those. I kind of got you by surprise last time, wondering if there's been any buy-in and any headway on that.
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, through the chair. So definitely there's a conversation we've been having about that, and it ties into our household hazardous waste depot. And so that is a residential facility, and we encourage residents to take oily containers there. As part of the IC&I rollout, there are not regulations to have oily containers disposed of in a household hazardous waste material as far as our regulations, but there are regulations in the provincial, as you mentioned through SARC. And so I think part of our IC&I rollout and communication will be to encourage those facilities that don't produce oil, but they sell oil, as you're referring to have a facility or have a bin, for example, for an oily container, and then they can take it to a SARC depot and deposit that. So it's something that will be ongoing in our conversations with those facilities, and we can work with Saskatoon to see how they have encouraged that to happen, even though it's not a provincial bylaw, it's not a municipal bylaw, but more of a provincial regulation.
Yeah, just to mention it, I went to the website for SARC. I noticed it's a $6 million operation a year for revenues. I also noticed their container diversion goal is nowhere near being met. So knowing there's only one taxpayer, our diversion rates that we're trying to achieve, and probably a big piece of our contamination as well as diversion problem is tied up into something that's already being heavily invested in by the province. I hope there's some real attention paid to this to try to find a solution. Once again, I'll just mention Saskatoon's ahead of us on this, and they're already implementing. So if we need to do a bylaw or make an action, you know, happy to do it. So this is important and a waste of money, so I hope we rectify it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. I did have just one further question. So moving forward to commercial, when does that start?
Yeah, through the chair. So the IC&I regulations, industrial commercial institution, are to come into effect January 2026.
January 2026, okay. And that's for all business, restaurants, everything, in all areas of the city?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mayor Masters, you can close. And there you go.
Thanks very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just had one follow-up question because I think it was clearly in the news quite a bit. Could you just fill Executive Committee in on what's going on with our composting site, the folks that are handling our green bin matter?
Yeah, through the chair. So we have a contract with Evergen, and they are processing all of the food and yard waste at a pilot site on our landfill, the same site that we used for the pilot food and yard waste site. And so that is, I want to be very clear that all the food and yard waste is being composted there and being used for compost material. They're in the process of looking for a new site, and that might include a city site, and that might include us leasing that site to them. And if that's the case, we'll bring that forward to council, and it'll be a council decision if that's the right thing to do. But of course, with the changes in their land options, they're looking for a permanent site right now.
Thanks very much. I'm a good Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. And I just want to clarify one last plug. I think I saw on social media is that people can pick up some of the compost that we've been composting this last year. Is it this weekend?
Yeah, through the chair, we've got a free compost day on May 4th on Saturday. I'm looking for head nods to make sure. You know what, I'm going to just turn that over to the team to make sure I get the dates and the times right again. But yes, there's a free compost this weekend.
All right, that's what I thought I understood, but who would that be? Who would like to take that?
Ms. Aird will take that, give some confirmation.
Go ahead, yep.
Through you, Madam Chair, it opens on the 4th. Saturday. It's at the site across from the Yard Depot, and then it's open until the material is gone. So throughout the week, it will be open 9 to 4, and it's through Compost Awareness Week.
Okay, that's great. Nothing more, people get more excited about compost. All right, thank you very much. I will ask the clerk to call the question. As amended, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion as amended has passed in a vote of 6-0, with all members present at today's meeting voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So I'm going to ask if we can have someone move the toxic spills report, as we have no delegation here, right to, it's a receive and file, and just that it would just go to council next week. So if someone can move that, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Mayor Masters? Is there anyone opposed? Thank you. All right. Okay, so we will now move to, just one second here. Thank you. So we are going to do EX 24-34, the Building Safer Community Center Youth Program. Yeah, we do. And I will call forward Brian Lewis. It's a delegation today. If you want to come on down. Thank you. I'll just ask you if you can introduce yourself, who you represent, if anyone, and you have 5 minutes to speak, and there may be questions after. And I'll turn on your microphone. There you go.
So, hello everyone. My name is Brian Lewis. I represent Growing Young Movers Youth Development, which is a nonprofit organization that works out of the Mama-Way-Atherton Center. And I'll leave it at that for a moment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Harry Francis. I'm an elder that helps and works with Brian Lewis and Merelda and many different entities.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, and I'm Merelda Fiddler-Potter. I've worked on the report. I don't really represent anyone but myself, and of course, you know, I work with Elder Francis and others on a number of different files because I'm pretty passionate about, you know, Indigenous people and youth.
Excellent. Thank you very much for being here. So if you want to start your presentation, that'd be great.
Sure. I just wanted to say a few words in representing all the young people that work with Growing Young Movers. So I was here a few months back. What a pleasure to listen to the North Central Strong group, which I hope many of you remember, a group of young people that are really pushing forward to support their community. And all those young folks first started working with Growing Young Movers when they were in high school at Scott Collegiate. So I just wanted to be here to support the folks at the city that are working diligently with this Building Safer Communities Fund initiative, and just share a bit about how Growing Young Movers has been able to connect with that. So we started obviously working in North Central back in 2013. My friend Sean Lessard, who's from Montreal Lake, and my friend Lee Schaefer, who at the time lived in Regina, we wanted to connect with young people. So we started a small but modest after-school program at Kitchener School. Moving forward, in 2018, we were asked to offer one day at the Mama-Way-Atherton Center. And that was my first experiences in the center and learning about Scott Collegiate. Shortly thereafter, we pushed to create and form what's called a a youth leadership pathway within the school and partnered with the nonprofit of Growing Young Movers, which allows Scott Collegiate students to work after school in programming at the center. And it's a pretty unique initiative where young people are employed to work, and they only can work if they're attending school, which has really benefited their attendance, which then leads to further achievement of credits and graduation. And not to forget that all through this time they're being employed and gaining all those skills that will help make them even more employable outside of high school. We are now in a position, just so we're a little context, we are now employing and plan to in the next year employ up to 100 kids in that building. I was just outside waiting our turn and filling out forms for direct deposits and SIN numbers and all those things, and we're at 63 young people that are on our payroll right now. And we're employing kids outside of just recreation programs. We're now in the position to employ young people to hand out food to community at lunch, to work in the garden that's behind the center, to do all kinds of jobs in the center. So this funding is helping grow that and allow, from the report that Merelda put together, give kids more opportunities in their community to be employed and have success in school, thinking about school a different way. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm just really honored to be here to share a little bit about the group that I work alongside, and I'll turn it over to my friends here.
I've talked to you, a couple of you on the break, and know that you've all read the report. Really the goal of the report was to put the voices of young people in there so you can see firsthand what they're asking us for. I don't have any recommendations for you. I think the community had recommendations, and that's what we really wanted to focus on. None of the consultation was sort of led in any way except to ask them what they wanted and what they needed and to learn about some of the challenges. So, 24-hour safe spaces is obviously a really important part of that. Making sure that we understand that, even though we're looking at young people at the ages of 12 and 13, they have even younger siblings that don't have any support, and they need that support. When I was growing up, I came from a very challenging family. I had a family member who was in gangs. We spent a long time working in those spaces. There were no after hours kind of places that, we could find support. So I think really just listening to those kids, listening to the community, and really just trying to think about the kinds of things that they're trying to access all on their own. So many of us are lucky that we have parents who can help us access services. That's not always the case for these young people. So in closing, I guess I just really hope that through all of the things that you've read in that report, that you just kind of hear their voices, because they're the ones that are, calling to us and really asking us for our help and support. And I just, I know that I've connected with some of those youth for other projects now, and this is the first time they have ever felt heard by something like a city council. That's huge for them, and that really changes their lives when you include them. So thank you. Alder Francis?
I just want to add a bit more to that. I've been involved with many different groups. I'm an addictions worker. I retired from the health districts in the mental health and addictions field. And also I grew up on the Pipelet First Nations, where I had a chance to walk in both worlds, in the world of Catholicism and the world of the old people. I speak my language fluently. That has directed my life. That has given me a reason, a purpose. And also from the old people, helping return what you were given, meaning if someone helps you, you help someone else. So with these youth, there's an initiative that has got started by the city that's going to be presented in the next presentation here, and I'd like to speak about, and I'll involve that group here into what's happening with that, so make a, I don't want to make a duplicate it, so I'll give me a chance to speak.
Yep, thank you very much. That's
Thank you.
great. So we do have questions. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Employment and the findings in the report on gangs. We prepared to answer those questions? I don't want to put anybody on the spot, yeah? So, there's a sense of hopelessness that kind of comes out of some of the engagement that you pointed to in that report, and people feel very disenfranchised in their communities. If it's not gang activity and inclusion, then what? And I say that just in the context of the lack of employment opportunities. So if it's not that, what do we do to deal with barriers to accessing employment? How do we work with employers and the community to provide opportunities to help overcome stigma, stereotypes, and discrimination? So what happens after we deal with the gang diversion into making employment more inclusive for Indigenous people who might have barriers?
I can speak to the report fine. I don't think we had findings about gangs, right? It wasn't a study about gangs. The report was a study about what community felt the supports they needed were to address entrance to gangs. So I just want to be clear that I wasn't studying gangs. So the way that we included people was in 3 phases. So service providers that are public organized, so city, health, RPS, corrections, those to talk about what they saw as issues in terms of involvement in gangs. Then the second day, we heard just from youth. Youth as young as 10, so employment really isn't what they're looking for, right? So, that 10 to 14, 15-year-old group, those guys are really looking for programming, safe spaces when they can't find things from home. Something that happens after 4:30 when the schools are closed. So they're really looking for something a bit different than employment. And then slightly older kids into young adults were on that second day. And then the final day, we heard from every single community-based organization who could send somebody to come in to talk about the kinds of supports that they saw and the reasons that were there. It's really hard sometimes, and I think it really does sort of bring tears to your eyes when you hear kids say, and they said it to us, we're so grateful for the elders that we had there that day, because they did say to us that they don't feel like human beings in this city. They don't feel like people who are seen. So I think when we're talking about their inclusion, the inclusion of kids pre-employment is really feeling like there are places for them to go. So you might have wonderful after-school programming in place at a community center, but those kids don't have a safe way to get there. They don't have someone to help them look after their siblings that might be toddlers or others. And so the places where I think you could create hope would be in those spaces where those kids who, really, they just want to play soccer and basketball or take music lessons or learn those things. They need different things than my kids would need to get that to happen. They need some dedicated people in that programming. They need safe ways to get there. And then they need supports like other childcare for their younger siblings and things like that. And my guess would be, and we didn't delve too much into that, but food when they're there. So those would be the things that the report was really sort of talking about in terms of just having those connections there. And so I can speak to what the report sort of showed. And there is definitely, I think, a bit of a sense of hopelessness, but I would say there's also what came out of those 3 days, and then of course we came back to them with the report so they could review what was said and make sure that we had accurately presented what they told us. There were very minor revisions after that, but some. I think what they felt like, even just coming back a second time to see what they wrote and that we got it right or that they could make changes, I think there is a little bit of hope out there that you guys can hear them. So, I mean, that's a huge start for them. And I can't overstate what that means, because they are not included in democratic and civic processes typically. But I couldn't speak to employment.
Sure. If I could just add, our framework when we think about working alongside young people is never from we're going to try to fix something or we're anti-gang, but we do know from listening to the young folks that they are looking for a sense of belonging and a sense of community. So what we're offering and helping provide is that space. Of all the young people I talk to, I don't know of any who are in the gang world that are finishing high school and have meaningful and gainful employment. So our focus is to try to allow young ones to see that picture. And I said that last time I was here, if you never see it, you can never imagine it. So those little ones that are in the program, you see it, but then they come to Scott, because that's their home school, and the center is their home community, and they go to school there, and then they can be employed there. So I do agree that they've never seen employment before. They don't imagine themselves until they can be in school now, and they can see themselves as a leader. And we help them understand that they have talents. We're not teaching them how to be a leader. We're providing opportunities and to work. Like even yesterday, two young people on our team were handing out food to the public. That's one of our jobs now in the center, where they're paid to do that. But it changes that interaction because those young people are so great at just being themselves, right? So we can offer more of that in the center. The center needs to be more activated in a way where it's focused, and the idea of this naming it youth-centered is so important. They have more opportunities to work, to have an income, to provide for themselves. In many cases, they're living on their own. And by having that belonging and that sense of team and getting through school, we are shaping their path in a sense, because it's allowing them for opportunities they wouldn't have before. Moving beyond high school, like I said, we have 60 kids that are going to get paid through direct payment, and someone will say, what's the big deal there? You have to understand that of those 60, probably 50 of them didn't even have a birth certificate, or some didn't even know where they were born. So to get to that process where they all have ID, SIN numbers, bank accounts, is what we take for granted easy, is not. So imagine if they do not have that leaving high school. What employment will they have? What support will they have to get those? Who's going to pay for their birth certificate? So we do all that so they're set up when they leave school. And that's huge. And some people don't understand how huge that is, but that is a significant piece to what we do about supporting them, getting them through high school. But we are now in a position where we hire kids who are graduates that can stay in the center and work in different roles and continue to be mentors to high school youth and younger youth. So it's a process. Thanks.
Thanks. I just have one follow-up question about the after hours. In your research, was it a sense that the facilities that are out there are fine, but you need the services and supports to go beyond the 5 p.m., is that correct?
Yeah, I think what we heard mostly from them is that after 5:30, there's no one to call and no help when they're trying to find help, right? So if they are connected through some sort of child and family services organization, there's no one to call. So if they need help, if they need a ride, if something is happening at home and they need a place to stay, if they need a safe space for any number of reasons, there's nowhere to call. So transportation was a huge issue because, of course, different activities happen at different times of day, on the streets. And so there was a real sense from those youth that they would love to go to those places, but couldn't get there. The other thing is, if you look at sort of the age sort of what the age targets are for youth. The ages from, sort of that 6, 7 up to, 10, 11, 12, there's kind of a gap there. Oftentimes we think of those as ages or years where you would have your parents chauffeuring you to activities and to and from, but, some have, parents who are working really late and long hours. Some may be living with grandparents and other guardians and such, and so they just don't have those transportation options. So did they say that those facilities are fine? I think they don't know if there's anything there for them. And so that's it. That's an even sort of different thing, is just, these kids don't really have a way to know what the programming is. Or where that might be sometimes. And so they were very focused kind of on safe spaces and those pieces, but also how do I get to those places? And does that programming have anything for my age group? And then what do I do with my siblings?
Great, thank you.
And just, sorry to add to that too, so with this funding that Growing Young Movers has partnered with, we're able to now expand. So we've always believed that we can't just offer something and then take it away. So we were limited by our funds prior to this initiative and partnering here, where we could offer a great after-school program, but yes, the doors were closing at 5 o'clock, and we know that we can now offer evenings, Saturdays, food included. We've purchased a van to hire someone to pick kids up, take them home, because we know cabs is not the answer for 7-year-olds. And so this is all happening in large part to the partnership with the City of Regina and through this funding. And we're very excited about what it can bring as we move forward.
Thank you very much. Is that everything, Councillor Stevens? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I also wanted to kind of clarify about the programming that was lacking in the area. There is a lot of a call for 24 hours, but that's not necessarily 24-hour programming, but 24, like a helpline or something, is that correct?
Safe spaces, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, but like I just wanted to clarify what the 24 hours was.
So yeah, the 24-hour safe spaces is just what kids told us the most, and we didn't just hear it from kids, we heard it from community-based organizations that were there on day 3. We heard it, from different levels of government and public sort of administration sort of groups that came in on day 1. If a kid finds themselves in a situation where they can't go home, or they can't go back to the place where they were staying, or anything like that, there's nowhere for them to go for help. There's no safe space that they can get to even then maybe get a sort of mobile crisis sort of situation set up for them. So the youth really just told us, once 5:30 is done, if you need help, you're probably going to end up on the street. And if you are on the street, then you're probably going to connect to try to feel safe, potentially through a gang or others. So that's where that, sort of 5 p.m. to, 8 a.m. the next day, there's not really anywhere for them to go that's a safe place to get to. Where they could maybe get help from that point, whatever it is that they need at that point.
And so through the chair, and so in your discussion with the non-governmental organizations that provide some other programming, there are some that do have some evening programming. I noticed in your report, but I guess it's a mix of not enough space in that programming as well as the transportation issue?
Transportation, age limitations, a lot of that evening programming was, at the very least, the way the programs were described. So we can only go off of what the program descriptions were. I know that a lot of organizations will waive the ages, trying to help more kids. But yeah, there were a little bit of evening space, but the kids didn't have a way to get there. The programming didn't fit their need. And when we're talking about safe spaces, it might not just be access to a gym, but we're talking about kids running from situations that might be, life-threatening. And so what they're looking for when you're talking about that 24-hour safe space is a place where they can go to then have someone maybe triage their needs and figure out what the next step is, what organization needs to be contacted, what programming, it's so situational and specific once they get to that space, that having that safe space is kind of that first point of contact. And if they know it exists, then when they need help, they can get at least to that point or figure out how to get to that point, and we could triage their needs, or needs could be triaged from there. I don't actually do the work in this fourth report, so I don't want to pretend like I'm out there triaging needs, but that would be sort of what you would be considering.
Yeah. Through the chair, one of the things that jumped out at me in the report when I read it, it was a very, very good report, lots of really great information, but that 20% of student respondents, that's 1 in 5, have a family member involved in gang life. So that, I assume, adds all kinds of complications to their life, because if they want to, it's just harder to stay away, it's like if you have somebody, an uncle or a cousin or a whatever, it's just so, it'd be hard to kind of resist a family member trying to pull you in. Is that part of the issue is here as well?
Yeah, so that study was done through, I believe I know the one that you're referencing, it was done through the public schools, so that survey was done through them. I don't know if there's been a new sort of updated version of that survey. It can be, obviously, if it's hard not to get sort of pulled into different, spaces and careers of our parents. But I think there are also individuals who would still want their kids to go to school and want them to be safe and all of those other things. There won't be one perfect way, I think, to look at it. That does add to the challenge. But I also think one of the things that was really interesting when we sat down with all of the youth, and we did it twice, and made sure that the youth were on their own so that they were able to speak freely. But when we had the elders there working with them, for some of them it was, outside of maybe a bit of connection with school and stuff, that's some of the first times they've ever heard that they're supposed to be the center of our families and our communities. And we believe that. It is, it's a basic tenet of, Indigenous families and philosophies, and, through lots of different circumstances, that isn't what it is. But for the first time, they heard, some of them, that they're supposed to be the center. They're not supposed to be on the outside. So I think they understand a little bit more about what the potential is for them, and they don't always see it in other spaces. So I think the more opportunities they have to see the potential for what they can do and the kinds of leadership they can provide in their own communities, that changes things. There are all kinds of cycles that we all have to break in all of our family relationships. And I think that it's just continuous opportunity. It'll work for some, it won't work for everyone.
Yeah. Well, and the work that Jim's doing sounds just fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Mayor Masters?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you. Welcome. Thanks for being here again. You didn't have to wait, well, maybe the same amount of time. I just want to go through, and so in the report that we've been provided, essentially, and again, Merelda, thanks to you and ACS for the work in terms of engaging. I was having a moment with Ms. Young last year where it was like, why don't we ask the kids what they want? So thanks for facilitating that. But when it comes right down to it, the full BSCF action plan in Appendix B is great, but we've essentially established a youth advisory committee and continue to work on what the future of that looks like, right? We have a check mark there. Right now, build and enhance programming opportunities. Brian, that's a little bit about what you were speaking to with, we'll start here and continue to grow. Establishment of a wraparound service, and I think there's a partnership with RITSIS in this. Can you just speak to that a little bit more? Where we're at?
Yeah, I can share a little bit on that, obviously on their behalf. So again, we're all learning as we go, obviously, but with the end goal is that supporting the young people. And we know, I can speak for myself, our organization cannot offer what RITSIS can offer to these young folks. So we can help build connections, I'm really good at connecting the young people that come to the school, which is hundreds of young people, and they feel safe and have got to know me over time. And we see Ritzis coming into that center and being a partner alongside all of us, where they come and hang out in our after schools and get to know young people, get to know the high school folks, and they're just another piece of the puzzle that can support. So I see it down the road in the future where I may have a young person who's working for us who is houseless and finding a place or needing support in other ways where we can, you know, knock on the door or go to the next desk of Ritzis and say, hey, we need help here, and they know who that person is because they're now in the center working alongside us, and that person feels comfortable because we can say this is a friend of ours who's helping alongside, and we're all just trying to, you know, pull at our on the rope together, but helping where we are strong and using our strengths where Ritzis can really support in those wraparound approaches of whatever need they need and finding the resources for those young people. So I think it's a super needed part to the whole puzzle of, you know, back to your point of, you know, 1 in 5 young people might come from a family that has people in the gang life. I mean, there's many studies that show, you know, less than half of high school kids feel like they belong in school. So that's our approach too, because everyone just wants to belong somewhere and feel safe. That's how gangs recruit. And we recruit the same way. We honestly do. We are looking to find and show people they can belong and show their talents and make an income doing it. And we need all the support behind it. So Ritzis is just part of that for sure.
Okay. Anyways, I think I'll get to the establish opportunities to enhance identity and culture in next presentation. Free and safe transportation, step 1, you've bought the van, we've seen the videos.
Yeah.
And then enhanced communication and collaboration.
So that was really that came from a couple of spaces. The first one was that we need to reach young people where they actually are. They're probably not floating around on Facebook a ton. They might not be pulling flyers in paper newspapers. So I know that some municipalities have developed apps and things where there's an awareness, you know, they can connect through that app, find a place, find your safe transportation, those sorts of things. They brought up the idea of potentially having an app that they could tag into. With collaboration, that was something that the community-based organizations talked about. So just having an opportunity to connect with one another, I think the facilitation of getting those organizations together to see the kinds of programming that they have, to see, well, maybe we're more suited to working with this younger age group, so we will start tackling this. And then other organizations are more sort of looking at, you know, that 15 and up and giving them an opportunity, I think, to work through those things. I think the city may have a role, I'm not suggesting you do, but I think the city may have a role in bringing those organizations together so that all of the funding that's out there, we see this all of the time, you know, lots of organizations doing amazing work, not knowing what the other organizations are doing. So the community-based organizations really talked about wanting to connect more, and they did through the course of those meetings, you know, exchange numbers and things, but they are really small organizations, you know, working really hard on, you know, critical day-to-day stuff. So sometimes having that overall organization, but the city may have a role in helping them kind of connect and saying, we see these gaps here, we see these gaps here. You know, different councillors will see different gaps in their wards, and I think that's an opportunity for you guys to say, oh, you know what, we have this space here. How do we connect this space in my ward with this community-based organization? And then that's a safe point that then gets those kids what they need. So I think there's some coordination. If they had that help with the coordination, just take one thing off their plate, because the programming they're providing takes 150% of their time. So adding 25% administration with others might not be realistic for them in the short term. once you have a system or a framework set up, then they would probably be able to sort of figure it out from there, right? A little bit of support would probably go a long way, I think, for these organizations. And I would really advocate for that, because people in and from the community know best how to communicate with people in and from the community.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you very much. Just in the report, it does say that this would fall under the community social impact, Regina. That's kind of where this would kind of fall, and be part of that at some time. So how do you see that happening? Is it through attending those meetings, or how? Because I think just the question that was asked by the mayor, that community social impact was kind of their job, to make sure they find out what other organizations are doing in the community, where there's duplication, where there's gaps. So your role there, under that umbrella, how do you see that working?
I mean, I don't work for any of the, and I don't know the inner workings of those particular groups.
I can ask that to administration.
Yeah,
as well.
maybe, sorry, I wouldn't be able to help you there.
Yeah, that was in the report, so I just thought if there was.
It was,
obviously
I think it was added because that was sort of, like sort of the overall goal of where this work was going to move.
Okay. What I would ask is the Mama Waitin, when I was here, when it was opened last term, you know, it was a really, really big piece of our community, for our city. And the intent was to be a neighborhood hub, not just a school, but a neighborhood hub where youth could come and feel and belong after hours, do what they need to do, find those programs, that safe haven. That's what it was supposed to be. And I feel we've lost our way in that. And I think this could bring it back. But I just need to be clear, are you saying that the programs and things would happen at different areas in the city, or just the Mama Waitin, or would you say, like, how do you see this happening? Because I do believe that the numbers of the programs for the kids and the youth, they are different ages. There's different things. But I think there's also a thing in numbers and working with elders and being able to have that. So do you see, like, because if they see there's another 50 kids or 100 kids that belong to this, moving this change, right, that's power. So how would you do that if you know, is it going to be kind of housed there, or what do you see?
Certainly, yeah, that is the intent. The intent is to activate that center to its full potential, and that means more young people having more different opportunities in that center, having elders in that center, school day, after school, weekends, evenings, having cultural programs there that are organized through our nonprofit that are what the young people say they need, and us delivering on that. So yes, that is the intent, and men can speak to this too, of activating that center. It is the hub. There is a lot of great things that happen in it. That is home for so many people. But for example, we have Saturday programming now, and we want to feed kids when they show up and have that cafeteria running to feed them, and pay kids to work in that cafeteria to serve the young kids, and then anyone who comes off the street can buy a lunch at a reduced rate. We want that to be the place where everyone wants to be, because they do want to be there. But it comes down to, like everything, if there's not funding to open these places or to staff them properly, it's got to be done in a good way, right? So we're in that position now where we can start expanding that and offering that. And it's very exciting to expand what types of programs, what ages we're hitting. And you know, the opportunities are endless. And it is the center. It is the center of that community. And many think it is. And we want to, like I say, activate it to its full potential.
I know we heard from, and I'll just add to that, we heard from a lot of the youth, they don't live in one ward. They live in a lot of different parts of the city. And so I think having that hub is amazing, as long as, you know, if a kid is living in the east can get to there, or if a kid who's living in the north end can get to there. So what the young people told us is if they're not sort of located in North Central, they struggle even more because there wasn't always programming sort of in their area necessarily. Now, of course, we were sort of, there are some limitations to any kind of large engagement like this that you're going to do. There are cutoffs. But they definitely, you know, they've said we live in sort of different areas of the city, and we heard that over and over again from some of these young people. You know, we're not necessarily just in this one neighborhood. So if we're over here, we're in Rosemont or other places, how do we get to that programming? And so I think the programming itself can be housed anywhere, and Mama Waiatatin is obviously a place where that can be a major hub of that. And then it would be just deciding if there are other areas where maybe some additional things could be put in place, or if there are some safe spaces there that already exist that could be accessed so that they could get to this programming. So I think that was what we heard from them the most.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. There are no further questions from council, so truly say thank you for being here and all the work that's being done. So you're more than welcome to go back into the gallery, and we will discuss the, all right. So it is 12:15, now that I see this. We do have a mandatory lunch break. Would council be okay if we only did 30 minutes instead of the 45? Just to make it quick, because we do have many other, okay. So we will break now, and yeah, can we just move that we come back at 12:47? And 12:47, please, thank you. Thank you very much. That's what I got. Okay, I will call the meeting back to order. There it is. Okay, so we are now going to consider the EX 24-34, Building Safer Communities Centering Youth Program. Can I ask Ms. Anderson to please introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair. So as you heard before the break, the Federal Public Safety Canada's Building Safer Community Fund, which I'm going to call BSCF, supports new programs that prevent and intervene in gang and gun activity. So as a reminder, the total funding is $2.64 million, and it's spread out over 2022 through 2026, with approximately $1.6 million designated for 2024 through 2026. As you also heard from the delegation, the city has consulted extensively with Regina youth groups, the Youth Advisory Committee, and the Elders Advisory Committee. The Centering Youth program involves investing in places where youth feel safe and welcome. As a first step, we set efforts on strengthening the Mama Wayatutin Center, as we felt it was crucial that we first addressed what we could control and what required improvement in what we could control. So what we heard loud and clear from youth attending the consultations is that this space needed more robust programming and services, and we heard feedback from other discussions and community feedback too. So given the city's ownership of this space, we feel it is our responsibility to navigate who is best positioned to provide service on this initiative. So as part of the program, the city will work with key partners to create new low-barrier youth employment opportunities, bridge gaps in after-hours and weekend programs, create new Indigenous-based wraparound support, and to develop the 24/7 youth safe spaces that you also heard a little bit about prior to the break. And before I say thank you, I would also like to ask that Dr. Merelda Fiddler-Potter be permitted to participate with administration in answering questions related to the engagement process, should they be asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and yeah, that's not a problem at all. Councillor Stevens, I see you're in the queue. Do you want to move the report as well?
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Love the work. This is awesome. I guess my first question is about the groups that are involved. By the way, it's an all-star cast. I couldn't ask for a better group of organizations and individuals. But I can think of maybe a half a dozen others in North Central and elsewhere in the city who work doing the same kind of work with youth. Rainbow Youth Center, North Central Family Center. If those organizations wanted to participate in this project down the road, walk me through how that might happen.
Okay, Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Stevens, through the chair. Yeah, we're certainly this first step was, we'll say, foundational to the project. As Ms. Anderson mentioned, our responsibility is really to ensure that, you know, the building that we have ownership on is operating at its full capacity, and we heard that we needed that. So that was our first step in the process. And we're really excited about the potential within that space. As a next step, we are planning to meet with community-based organizations, the same ones that were involved in the consultation, which are the organizations that you've just mentioned, to discuss, I would say, outstanding things within the report that we don't necessarily have a final plan on yet. For example, the 24-hour safe space, as you can imagine, that's a bit more of a complex objective within the plan. As we've navigated, you know, overnight warming spaces, we know the overnight, you know, it's a different thing, right? So we need to understand how to properly, safely do that. We need to understand what organizations work in that space and are willing to work in that space, and so yes, absolutely, there'll be further engagement and opportunity.
Terrific, thank you. Through the chair, a couple boring budget questions. what can we spend the money on and what can't we? So for instance, transportation, completely within the wheelhouse of the city if we're thinking about public transportation, private vans and services, that's all eligible if we're thinking about how the money can be spent?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Capital, anything related to capital expenses is not eligible within that. So we can't purchase a van through that, but we could pay for wages to operate the van.
Okay, and that obviously would mean we can give people free R cards, or that money could go towards those services, correct? The bus passes.
That's something I'd have to follow up on. I don't have an answer for you today, but I can follow up.
Okay.
Unless.
All right, thank you. Final question. I see the city, I see community-based organizations, I see researchers. We started CSER to advance a particular strategy. Can you comment on their involvement? This just seems like within the wheelhouse of what they would be doing.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I would say certainly CSR is a extremely vital partner within this. They were part of the engagement sessions that happened last winter, last spring. Their role, as we see them, and as we've discussed with council, is sort of that backbone organization, bringing people together. Their goal is really collective impact, ensuring folks are working together and we're making that collective impact. So what they've been tasked with on this project is that establishing that evaluation framework and sustainability framework. One of the key points that we heard at consultation was, specifically from youth, was don't start something you can't finish. So if you're going to start a great project in North Central, don't take it away. And we know this funding is time limited. And there's big, great projects that we're funding. So we need to be continuously monitoring and measuring the impact that we're making collectively, and that's their role within this. And we see that as a really vital piece to this project, and they're up for the task.
Awesome. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just don't see any questions. I have one. What is the reporting on this? When would this come back to council to let us know the progress, what's happening, the update? How does that work? Did I miss that in the report? If I did, I apologize.
Through the chair, I don't think it was indicated in the report, but certainly from administration's perspective, we'd be very pleased to come back to council with reporting on this. It could be maybe it's a year under the belt, it's next year, and we've had a year of progress. We could come back and bring some of the data that we have and progress within the programming and work terms as well, and Ritzis's work as well. So yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
I think that would be I think it's very important. I think then it kind of gives everybody an idea of how it's going. I think this is a good news story, and I think just hearing some of the, even if it's testimonies or if it's just, the advancements that we're going to make, because I think this is something that's been, we've been asking for quite some time. And then I guess the last piece, and I just wasn't clear, so the dollars that are going to be those dollars don't go into CSERS. They're not with the Community Social Impact Regina. It's separate. And so where do those dollars, where do they fit in our budget?
Through the chair, just to clarify the grant dollars from the federal government. So the grant comes to the city of Regina, and we're considered the accountable partner. So we hold the budget. We've allocated money to CSIR to established the evaluation framework. We've allocated funding to RITSIS to stand up the wraparound service at Mumway-Attston. And we've allocated funding to Growing Young Movers for hiring a Building Safer Communities coordinator who's overseeing work with the Youth Advisory Committee, and also dollars going towards youth who are working in the program spaces as well.
Perfect. So in that 1.6 million, that's from 2024 to 2026? Is that between all 3 years, or what?
Through the chair, we're so they're operating on fiscal, so end of March we started 2024, so right now we're in a 2024 to 2025, so
Yeah.
we have an allocation of funding we have for this year, and then next year we'll have another allocation of funding out of that grant. So every fiscal year we allocate funding out.
So how much is being allocated for the 2024-25?
24 to 25, nothing yet.
Okay. But you indicated that money is going into, some has been given to SIR, some has been given to RITS and the Growing Young Movers, so.
Yep, that's correct. That was funding that was part of the 2023 fiscal. So we've already allocated funding to those partners as part of last year's fiscal year.
Okay, the funding that came, and did that come from the grant?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so how much was funded last year then, in 2023?
Just give me 1 second. Through the chair, just under 800,000.
800,000, okay. And then in 2024, what's the dollars there that are going to be allocated?
Just over 1 million.
1 million, okay. And then in 2025 is the difference?
Approximately 600,000.
600,
Yeah.
okay, so. Okay, so, so I think this is really, really good. I think it's going to be excellent. I'm really, really impressed with the work. The only, I did ask the question, and Councillor Stevens asked it, I'm still a little unsure how it's going to work with the community impact. But I'm sure we'll be having a report coming back from them, because I still, I'm not sure where that's at either, but I would like to know, but I do think that this is very valuable, and it's going to make an immense difference, I believe. Elder Francis, I think working with elders in that as well, I think there's going to be some immense change that I think is going to go with not just North Central, but I hope it can expand into other areas, even if it's mobile, whatever it is. But I think there's some really good advancements, and I do look forward to having that report come back in a year. Okay, Mayor Masters, you want to ask a few questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, the chair. I think for Ms. Young or for Mr. Slater, in terms of the moving parts that it's required to put this together, and what remains to be done, what's the biggest challenge you've got this year?
Who wants to take that? Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I would say a couple things. In one sense, it's an amazing opportunity to be presented with this funding. But as I mentioned earlier, the funding ends, and sustaining this is important. So we're thinking about that daily, of how we don't lose this and how we keep it going. And that impacts, of course, how many partners we bring on, how many organizations we fund in community, because we need to, we don't want this to be a one-off. So that's a challenge. And we share those concerns daily, I would say, but are at the same time optimistic about the future. As I mentioned previously to Councillor Stevens' question, the 24 safe space, it's I would say a new endeavor for Regina. We are currently doing some research on Vancouver, Winnipeg, different models. We're going to be talking to local community-based organizations here as well. I would say that's a complex next step, but important, and we owe it to the folks and the youth who came out to the consultation to see that through. So that's a challenge, but we're currently researching that and hoping we can come up with some great solutions.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Young, please. Yes, oh, my apologies. Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think with your question, Mayor, I became overwhelmed with whatever else we should be thinking of, and because it's such an important duty, if I could say that. I think Dave has nailed it down. The critical piece, I think, for us is that sustainability. So to answer some of the questions or inquiries with respect to Community and Social Impact Regina, they provide that vital essence of evaluation. They will, through their staff and monitoring, they're going to do an evaluation framework for us so that we can measure and understand where impact is, and not just, I don't want to minimize the feeling of contribution or the feeling that we feel good about the day we put in, but that there's measurables that we can come to council or come to our budget discussions for consideration based on data, based on information that we can gather through all of these efforts. And then I think to synergize all of the community-based organizations, can they help us answer this very complex question around 24/7 emergency space? I think, we have ideas of what that looks like, but we have to test that with our advisors to see whether or not we're on track, and then get advice from the community-based organizations. So thank you for allowing me to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. Go ahead.
Really enjoyed the presentation today, and this is an excellent report. Appreciate the work very much. Very comprehensive, very supportive of it. I noticed a theme through the report, transportation, free and safe transportation. Really was paying attention to the delegation when they spoke of this, not just answering some needs, but many needs, such as getting ID and prepping in a way that others haven't been really prepped for before. It made me just stop and think for a second about employment opportunity, operators, equipment operators, the different opportunities that come to a person with a driver's license coming out of high school. And with the needs described in today's discussion, I don't think that that's really a given for a lot of these young people. I just wanted to point that out and see that if there's any crossover with answering those needs, along with the transportation needs and everything that's trying to be achieved through this program. I just thought it became a pertinent point to point out. Probably has been talked about in discussions and everything else. I just didn't hear it mentioned today, so I thought I'd better say something. That's all. Totally supportive. Thank you for the work.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. And again, just thank you to the staff. Great work. Ms. Anderson, to all of the group. I really want to say thank you to all of you for great work, consultants as well. So we will call the question. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Councillor Stevens, do you want to close? No, you're good? Okay. We can call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the report passes in a vote of 6-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. So we will move on to EX 24-31. Is that right? Yeah. And I'll ask Elder Harry Francis to come forward one more time. Welcome, Elder Francis. I know Elder Anaquad was also going to be joining you, but he's not here. Is that accurate? Okay.
He had other commitments.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just, again, just for the record, ask you to introduce yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions after.
Okay. First of all, I guess my name's Harry Francis. Really, who do I represent? I represent a lot of our First Nation people that live in the city, that communicate back and forth. There's a number of First Nations that are within an hour's drive from Regina that call Regina their second home. So with that, I've been working with in the field of addictions, mental health. In my previous work, retired from the health district, but I'm still part of it on contract. So I do a lot of other things to help promote culture, help promote one's identity. But in short, I've been working with, we've got together with a group of us, and the group that we've been supporting each other is the Elders Advisory Group for the RPS. And we've been chatting with Janine and her team, which are awesome, from the city, about ceremonial grounds. A lot of our people are slowly coming back to their traditional spiritual ceremonies. We know what happened in the past with that residential school, and now people are finding their identity. So to help them find that identity, a lot of it's done through ceremonies, spiritual ceremonies, traditional ceremonies of one's behavior, how one acts, one's responsibility. So with that, I've had a number of ceremonies that different groups from the city come out to my place, to my ranch on Pie Pot. And it's 40-minute drive, half hour to 40-minute drive. To bring a group out there in terms of these groups that are come out, they come from the health district, Four Directions Health, they come from mental health, they come from addictions, so they come out in groups. In the past, we had ceremonial grounds. There was a friend of mine that led it, that headed it up. It was by Dojak, in front of Dojak in that area there. And it was going very great. We were having our issues with it, different problems that were occurring, but it was sort of wiped out with that big flood we had. Washed our building, our teepees away, our buildings and everything, so we could no longer. So we've been without a place to actually get people together to have ceremony, to teach them about life and life skills and many things. So in chatting with Janine and her group and Audra, they did some research and they checked the city's properties out there. And there's a property just east of Tor Hill, east of the Murray Golf Course. It's ideal. It's owned by the city. It at one time, 30-some years ago, it was a park, recreational park. There's 2 ball diamonds back there. And they had the facilities for a park. But they shut it down because it wasn't being monitored properly, different negative things. And there's a gate there. So when we heard about this, we got together as a group and they made arrangements. They got all their different departments on. We went and we looked at it and we said, yes, this is an ideal place. It's isolated. It's away from the main area of the city. People that truly want to come out there will come out there for the right purposes, not just to party or whatever. They'll come out there for the right purposes. It's safe. It's isolated. It's like back to nature. We had a sweat. Let's have a sweat. So we had a sweat with the group, and it was awesome. So then we furthered our talks. Okay, what can we do next? Let's put a 5-year plan in progress. First year will be an introduction year. And again, through partnerships with the city and their different fundings, we were able to form and start this process. So now, through their group, there's going to be 8 ceremonies, 8 sweats this year that's going to be designated to help different groups. And one of them is the young movers. I'll be going out to teach them protocols about our ceremonies, about many different things of how we look at being an individual, a productive individual, and their identity. So that partnership is being formed. But in chatting with them, I said, how long can we carry this on? 1, 2, 3, 4 years? What happens if administration changes? I said, what happens? Somebody else comes along, has a different idea, and that happens all the time. It happens to us on our First Nations. We change chief and council, right? So I said, what happens? I said, we need a process. And I think that process is, I think we should be chatting with the mayor and the council about maybe designating this land, ceremonial land, for a number of years, for quite a long time. So it's just not an overnight thing. So that when I'm gone, other people can carry on, because we can train our people to carry it on, to respect this place. And of course, we'll put everything in place, rules, bylaws, and everything, what it can be used for, who it can be used for, when it can be used, and we can put all that in place. So what I'm here, I guess, is to, to ask the city council members to think about designated this land for a long, long period of time as ceremonial grounds. I asked my friend Phil and a couple of the other guys that sit on the board, and I said, these ceremonial grounds could be a different meanings to them. I said, what do you think? He said, I think for now we should keep it to spiritual and traditional ceremonies. Not saying that maybe within the future that maybe we could have a powwow out there. We're not looking for them type of ceremonies. We're looking for the spiritual and traditional ceremonies to be designated that for a while. So I guess, I asked the mayor and her council here to really give that some serious thought, because that is going to change and help many people, the youth, many people that live in the city.
Yeah.
And I was on my way into town this morning. I live out there, but I have another place in town here also. But on my way to town, I was just thinking about Regina. Where did Regina come from? We know it came from Great Britain, the Queen. But our old people had a name for Regina. And I asked my grandmother, why did they call it Uskanaka Astegi? Uskanaka Asastegi. Why did they call it that? And translate Uskanaka Asastegi is how they referred Regina, the city of Regina that at one time was a town. And she said the reason they called that was, and it means pile of bones. It means pile of bones. So I said, why did they call that city Pile of Bones? Because she said our people recognize these places for what they did or for what they could be remembered for. And she said the people reminded that when they did get to Regina, they seen these huge pile of bones, 20, 30 feet high, 3, 4 city blocks long. And I asked my grandmother, what kind of bones were there? What kind of bones were they? Buffalo bones. That's right. Society was paid to pick up all the bones in the prairie so that the farmers could come and start fields. And then the bones were used for gunpowder, part of a combination to mix gunpowder. Is what she told me. So, the city of Pile of Bones, and I thought, what better than for us to come back to the city, with the city folks, with the many different cultures, and share that land as spiritual and ceremonial grounds. So I leave that with you.
Perfect.
It's something that's needed. It's something that would benefit many, many people. And now, you know what is happening now? I know, imagine just thinking there and sitting there with the group here, well, maybe it's only for First Nations. We welcome every other culture. And what is happening in society now, a lot of European people are joining us, our spiritual beliefs, because they're drifting away from their church, their process. And they're coming to us. And I've asked doctors, lawyers, and that are in with our ceremonies, and I said, why do you come? You've been a doctor for many years. You've been a lawyer for many years. Why do you come and join us? You're not our First Nation. I come because you have a true natural belief. And that is my belief too. You have a true environmental belief. So that's the reason. And so we welcome everyone.
Thank you. Elder Francis, I want to say thank you. There are questions for you. If you can just stay, that would be great, but thank you very much.
Feel free to ask a question. If I don't have an answer, I'll make one up.
Okay, sounds good.
You're in the right place.
Masters, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, through the chair. Thank you so much, Elder Francis. Harry, we've spent some time together, and I'm wondering, there was, my understanding is, as it's been relayed to me, there was some concern some time ago about having ceremonial space in and around the city.
Right.
As perhaps not being appropriate. Can you speak to that?
Now, this is only my view. This is only my view. There's many other elders there that may have a different view that I respect also. But the reason I believe that this is such an awesome place is because it's isolated. It's back to nature. When we're in ceremony, if they're having a ceremony in the city, and you're singing and you're drumming, you can't concentrate because you'll hear a car go by, an airplane go by, and that breaks your concentration. So you're not truly involved in it to the point that you should be. But out there, it's natural, back to nature. And many of our people in the city have never been back to nature, and many of them have never even visited their home First Nations. So they don't know what it is. So out there, I think it's something.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question for you, sir, which is the significance of ceremony space. Sometimes I'll be out and about and I'll say, well, we're trying to find or figure out ceremony space, and people kind of look at me funny. People that look like me look at me funny. I'm wondering, could you just speak to that in terms of the significance of ceremony space? Why it's such a special, sacred thing?
The reason, when we look at ceremonial space, I have back home on my First Nation, I have an area that I set aside only for ceremonies, and it's within 100 yards from my house where we can see it. But we keep it sacred. There's only things that happen in that area that nobody goes there, only for ceremonies, we keep it clean, we keep it all this. But when you're saying only for ceremonies, this land is, I could tell you many, many stories about the meaning of it. But it's nature, back to nature, reconnecting with nature. And when we reconnect with nature, we're reconnecting with our environment. And in the city, we're unable to do that because of the many different activities, noise, you know, different things that are happening. We're not truly able to truly connect because of the distractions. I don't know if that answers your question about
It does. It does very much so. Thank you, sir. And thanks for all the help and guidance.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the information, and through the chair, just noting that there's a couple of activities out there that have to do with a little bit of noisier things happening, like the Kings Park Speedway and the motocross club there. Any infringement on what you hope to achieve with nature and peace from them?
We haven't heard them.
Perfect. Perfect. I was just worried, that's all.
Yeah. To us, when we go out there, it's natural. It's nature. We don't hear them. We know it's there. We see them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't even hear the golfers or anybody. Well, they don't. All I hear them say is, "God damn." Where did it go?
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't infringe on us. It's a very good place to have it.
Yeah, and just to follow up, in your first comments, you made a real point to mention this going forward for a long, long time, which makes sense if it's sacred, right? Just thinking of the intent of peace, natural going forward, what type of a buffer would you expect going forward to keep this peace and serenity in the area as the city develops or as Pilot Butte develops, just so it doesn't get infringed on? I can understand the actual land that's there, but with peace you have to have a little bit of a buffer.
Right.
Has there been any thought what that looks like and maybe setting out those expectations so there's no, false expectation going forward?
Well, I guess we can look at it from, many different ways, right?
Yeah.
What we're looking for is, I shouldn't say myself, but the elders that are involved, the people that are involved, we're looking for 40, 50-year designation.
Perfect.
Because so that it's not just one generation, it's 2, 3, it could be 3 or 4 generations that could be involved with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we want it to carry on.
I totally agree, and I think that's the way it has to be as well. I just notice where the land lies, close to Pilot Butte,
Right.
and just expansion. If I'm going to say yes to this, it's with best intentions, and with that intention, I should probably say something to my neighbors or other people that, we think this is a good idea. We need this land to be set aside for the good ceremonial reasons given, but it needs a buffer to it, and everyone has to know about that buffer all at the same time. Is there something I can communicate that way, or can I have any thought about that?
I think the process is slowly being started. We're going to be meeting with the Reeve. We're good. We have a couple of the elders that are very close friends with the Reeve.
Yeah.
And we can start that communication very well. The buffer that's around there is, it's sort of almost isolated too. There's not very many farmhouses around it. And to the east is the gun range.
Yeah.
That won't affect us. It wouldn't bother us.
Perfect.
So, it'll be only to the north and sort of to the east, because the south, there's that gap to number 46 highway. There's a big gap in there.
Yeah.
So and we could meet with them.
Yeah. No, appreciate that. Just, I thought I understood what you're getting after there, and I thought that buffer would be important, so I better bring it up at the start, not at the end.
No, that's awesome. That's good.
Thanks.
Because we got to look at it from all points of view. How do we make this work?
Exactly. It's got to work not just today, but where you aim for it to work.
Right.
Decades in the future. I get you.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Elder Francis, seeing no other questions, I just truly want to say thank you for all the work that you do. I know you serve on other committees. You said the RPS as well, the Elder. I just truly, on behalf of our council, just the learnings and the teachings that, just to hear you speak, just want to say thank you for that. It's and the work that you're doing here, it's going to be for years and generations to come, so thank you for that. So you're able to go back into the gallery, and we will speak with administration. So thank you so much. Yeah.
One last word. I just want to thank each and every one of you individually. I'd like to come and shake your hands, but we got to respect the process too. So I just want to thank each and every one of you individually for giving us this opportunity to come in to share some of our ideas. And we'll always leave it open, like within the spring, summer, fall. We got, with each and every one of you, we'll let you know when there's gonna sweat, and if you wanna come and just stand around and see what's happening, you're more than welcome to. You can participate by just being there.
Okay.
And if I'm there, ask questions, because it's about teaching and about sharing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you for that. So we'll now consider the EX 2431 Indigenous Ceremonial Site designation. Can I have Ms. Anderson, please, if you can please introduce the report?
Thank you so much. Through the chair. Administration is seeking council's approval to take a parcel of open prairie city land on the outskirts of the city and use it as the permanent Indigenous ceremonial site for gatherings and other Indigenous spiritual and cultural activities. I'd like to express my deep, deep appreciation to the Elders Advisory Committee for their generosity in sharing their time, their ideas, and their wisdom with us. I would also like to express my appreciation to all the members of council who I know have been pushing administration to work with the Indigenous community in actually bringing this forward into fruition. A few councillors actually came out and did a tour of the site a few weeks ago. I think it was Councillor Nelson, Stadnichuk, and Zakidniak, and they braved some less than ideal weather for a tour of the site. I promise we'll have more opportunities for that as well. By designating a ceremonial site and hosting sweat ceremonies in 2024, we can demonstrate to the community that we are committed in very tangible ways to actions related to reconciliation. I would say the ones that most spoke out to me from the principles of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada are that reconciliation requires political will, joint leadership, trust building, accountability, and transparency, as well as substantial investment of resources. And secondly, that's supporting Indigenous people's culture, revitalization, and connections to the land into the reconciliation process are essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move the report? Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Through you, the chair. I just want to start by saying when Audrey Young came on to be the director of Indigenous Relations, I know you're up there, I don't know why you're not down here. It's puzzling to me right now. That in her and my conversations, and was this more than 2 years ago now? Her and my conversations over the course of figuring out pathways for what in some respects is a new position. This was something that was talked about often. And I know you went and toured some sites, figured out what the city owns land. And I will just say that in terms of her kind of engagement and the internal engagement in your portfolio, as it relates to Indigenous relations, I know that when she came back to me and she said, "You'll never believe what happened to me today." And this was last summer now, I believe. She says, Janine Deerditch has come up with something. And it was in the course of conversations that you were having about kind of bigger picture ideas for how to advance things, that for whatever reason landed with, Lori, you and your team, and Janine specifically, because your name is the one I remember. She's saying, she just all of a sudden said, "Well, what do you think about this?" And I know there was a sweat out there. We saw Harry and Roland and Derek out there last year with you folks. And so just in terms of sometimes just having the conversation and planting the idea, you'll never know who'll run away with it and come up with something. And who knew we owned a campground? I didn't, but in terms of that, to me is kind of a little bit of the magic of how this has come together. You have my absolute and full support, clearly. But in terms of preparation for the upcoming year, and I know we kind of reverse ordered this, I know your master plan is supposed to be slightly in front of this. Is everything within budget to execute on the 8 sweats with the Elders Advisory Committee this year? Like, in terms of this year for the ceremonial space, how are you guys set up?
Oh, apologize.
Through the chair. For this year, we're fairly well positioned. As you'll see in the report, there is an ask that council give administration a little bit of leeway to redirect or reallocate some funds internally to do things such as do a little bit of road repair to make sure the road is okay going in. We have a great partner in CSIR as well, and so I think that we're fairly well positioned for this year, yes.
Okay, good work. Ms. Young, this question's for you. In terms of how this is going to work, would you mind sharing with council a little bit of what the protocols are for this space? We designate it, we allow the leeway to parks and roadways and to do what they need to do. Can you explain a little bit about what the protocol is looking like according to the meetings with the Elders Advisory?
Certainly, thank you through the chair. To address some of the partnerships that we have in the city, if you may indulge me, Lori Shaley and her team have showed great leadership in this area. And so the ideas or the wants of Indigenous relations or the notions are really levitated by those leaders in the organization that can make it happen. So those are really important. And so when Janine rolls up and she, oh, pardon me, really inappropriate. So when Janine shows up and she says that, you know, that one idea didn't quite work out and it's just mind-blowing. She'll name her colleagues who have gone to look and say that this is possible. Well, the next step is to go to the elders, to the ceremony people, to ask them. And we had done that on a previous site, which was kind of an exercise of interest, but also futility to some extent. But we got to where we needed to get to, and almost quicker than you could blink. So what we asked of the elders was to see if this was appropriate. What is the use of it? I acknowledge the chair for acknowledging Elder Phil Anaquad. He's been alongside of us, along with Harry and others. We ask them what the protocols are for the use of the site. The sacredness of ceremony that occurs out there requires a certain amount of regard for the space, but that is an education piece and it's for everyone. But we'll provide those teachings before they go to the site, so we have people set up for success so they can be curious like children, even though you're an adult, to learn. So I believe, if I may quote one of the advisors, I won't name him in case I get it incorrectly, but he said, this is like reclamation of our culture. We have had this experience in this country or with Canada about where our culture and our beliefs are. We're reclaiming this. This is an act of reconciliation for the city to do this for us, do this with us. And so I think through, Janine has spoke to Ms. Derdich, pardon me, has spoke to partnership with CSIR. Those are all leveraged efforts through that Building Safer Communities Fund, which is why council or executive committee heard those things first. We're essentially setting a pathway for all of us to join together to have these pieces together. But primarily we go to Harry, Elder Harry, the ceremony keepers, Larry Oakes, the elder who advises us, and then all the helpers. So the protocol piece would be as we take our steps forward around how does this develop, and then how do the city fit into that role to provide support. I don't know if I answered your question, but I went on.
No, you did. And through the chair, I just have one follow-up. We had some discussion about title to this land. Presently, it is in the ownership of the City of Regina. I'd like you to share your thoughts on why the City of Regina will retain ownership of this land.
Yes, so thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Mayor, for that question. The effort of the City of Regina to maintain this space is a fulsome act of providing support to Indigenous young people, old people, elders, ceremony people to gain back the space that they once had. We have generations of Indigenous folks who either are loosely associated or committed or have relationships with their nation or have never lived on their nation. There's a sense of space that like speaks right to identity, I think, and the previous spoke around how true a sense of identity is. This is a gift that the city could give and maintain around that pathway of reconciliation. It would be this partnership, but an understanding of who the former stewards of the land were as the original rights holders, that the city would uphold this space for those of us to come back to ourselves to some extent, and then maintain it in perpetuity, as long as the treaties have existed, as long as they've said to exist. This is a long time.
Last follow-up question. I do
Sure.
have one, which is tied to this. You and I have had the privilege of hanging out with the GYM kids, the North Central Strong Group, for almost a year now. And I know it was part of the BSCF report that Merle Fiddler-Poller and ACS Consulting did in terms of facilitating. But you and I both know what these kids have told us. But I was also there when you explained it to the elders, actually, from the kids' perspective. How big of a deal is this?
It's a really big deal. It's rare. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm not an expert in this space, but it is in an environment of which we don't often get that intimate discussion with young people who they bear themselves in ways that say, I want connection to culture. I'd like a connection to an elder. And so when I spoke earlier around the generations of folks who've lived in the city and not connected to their nation and or their cultural space, providing this location with access to elders and their teachings is rich. It's a place, it's a gift of richness. And it's a bit of a privilege that folks like myself who were raised on a reserve, First Nations, even under a regime of residential school, even that is privileged compared to some of our folks in town who've had not a generation to rely on to understand what living in community was like. And so part of this would be to extend ourselves to make that space.
Thank you. Let's close off by saying that the Elders Advisory, can I call you the lead dog? Of Harry Francis and Larry Oakes, Phil Anaquad, Lillian Campbell, Roland Kay, Jim Pratt, Bryce Pelchier, and Joe Francis. In terms of, I like that you say you retired because you seem to be giving and of service beyond kind of anything I've happened to experience. And so from cradle to grave, I know you're there. And so just a sincerely deep appreciation on behalf of the city of Regina and myself personally to get a chance to spend time with you and to learn from you. Thanks so much for showing up all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stavenchuk.
Thank you. It's hard, that's going to be hard to follow. Through the chair, I just had some clarification questions. I mean, first, before I get to them, I do want to say that I do support this. I did visit the site, and I can understand why Elder Francis thought it was a good site. It is surrounded by trees. It's close to water, so there's a lot of really wonderful natural elements all around there. Question regarding the point 3 in the recommendation is it refers to apply for any permits or authorizations required in the rural municipality of Edenwold in order to carry out the use and development of this site. So could that be explained exactly what the role of the RM of Edenwold is if it is city-owned land? Through the chair.
Ms. Deerditch.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As you said, the land is located within the RM of Edenwald. So even though the city of Regina owns that land, we need to follow the rules of the RM. We have reached out to the RM they have indicated that they will require a development permit from us for this year. They have received the information well, and they have been extremely helpful and supportive. So we will continue through that process with them to make sure that we are adhering to all the regulations that they might have.
Okay, thank you. No, I did not realize it was within the RM. So another question through the chair. In opening, there was at one point a statement made something about a request to move money within current budget. So I'm just wondering if that could be explained a little bit more in terms of, it sounds like it was road, I don't have it in front of me now, road work perhaps. I don't know if it's signage, but if, so this isn't a budget ask, but just within certain budgets, money will be spent in different ways.
Through the chair, that's correct. So when we do business at the city of Regina, there are areas that manage things like our fleet and charge back their charges to the departments that are using the fleet. So for an example, at this site, we will be accessing a trailer through fleet to have access to washrooms. And so rather than charging back for that, we'll look for ways to reallocate funding to make those available to us. Roadways, as I mentioned, we have had a large group that has been part of the planning process for this, which has been wonderful. That group has included fire. And fire has said for the first couple of years, they're fine with the road the way that it is. It just needs a few areas fixed up a little bit. And so again, our roadways area has welcomed those discussions and is prepared to do that work and take that on and just, again, reallocate some money to make that happen.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Thanks to everyone who was involved, the Elders Advisory Group, the staff, everybody who made this happen. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. I just have a question in regards to Elder Harry had asked about the time, the length of time of how long does this go? So can administration just, what does that look like?
Through the chair, we're taking that guidance from our Elder Advisory. And so as long as our Elder Advisory is there with us, guiding us, we will continue to support their work that they're doing and the impacts that they'll have on community with the work that they'll be doing on the site through ceremony. And so we'll continue to have those conversations with them. We've had conversation about the desire to expand the type of ceremonies that happen on the site. And so we'll continue those discussions and continue to adjust our plans as we move forward with them in partnership.
Okay. Just, from hearing from the youth, which we've heard prior to saying, we don't want things to end, don't start something and then it'll end. Similar comments also from the Elders Advisory indicating, this, don't start this, and, if there's a change in leadership, it's questioned. I think that's the risk. Or if council, as we know, we're every 4 years, that changes, so there's a risk there. So, I'll leave that with administration, but if there is some kind of, I don't know if you call it an MOU or something like that, where they feel that there could be something that is a protection of that, because we know how things can go. But I'll leave that there. I do want to say, I'm so grateful that this has come forth. We've heard so many times about the Indigenous, but more so the youth, that they have nowhere to go. And I saw that when we opened the Mama Waitanton Center, and it's still, we were hearing that there's still, the doors are closed, the services are limited, the programs are limited, that kind of thing. But it's more than just the programs, and it's more than just all of that. It's, as Elder Harry spoke, it's about having these youth that are going to be, you know, kind of part of this, that they'll have somewhere to go, and I think that's really important. I know even for myself, we have a cottage, and sometimes when you just want to get out into the open space. I don't care if it's going for a walk. Sometimes it's just nice to get away and have that time to think about where you're at, what you're doing in your life, that kind of thing. And so I think having this site, I think is going to speak to the culture, speak to the Indigenous ways and the learning that I think that we're all going to learn from. So I want to say thank you to the staff and for making this happen. Mayor Masters, did you want to add something? There you go. Go ahead.
At the risk of getting myself into trouble, gonna eyeball them again. You could always add in that it's for as long as the river flows, the sun shines and the grass grows. It's just a thought.
Right.
That's it. You can go to vote.
All right, we'll call the question. Thank you. You're the mover, yeah.
Deputy Mayor, the motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. 1 second.
Representing here, by the way.
Yes. Just one moment. Okay. Always wait. So we are going to go to the next one, which is It is the downtown vibrancy, and that is EX 24-35, and I would ask Judith Verisick to come forward. Hi Judith, if you can just introduce yourself. State your name for the record and who you represent, and you have 5 minutes, you know the role. No questions after.
Sounds good. Of course, I gotta find my speech now. You think I would have had
It's
it
okay,
up
I'm
by
not
now.
timing, it's okay. Not timing yet. Welcome.
What is wrong? I've been here all morning. You think I would have it
Yes,
up
and
by
I was
now.
going to say thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting.
Apologies. Okay.
That's okay.
Well, should I just wing
Take
it?
time. Yeah, take your time, whatever.
Let me
It's
get
okay.
it on my phone. Sorry.
It's been one of those days. It's okay.
Of course, this is right after such a monumental decision, and I'm mucking up the flow, so apologies.
No worries. Go ahead.
All right. And there we go. So, good afternoon. It says good morning here, but we're not there anymore. No judgment. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, Executive Committee, City Council. My name is Judith Verisuk. I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. And I am pleased to be here today on behalf of my Board of Directors to support the recommendations in Executive Committee Report 24-35, 2024 Downtown Vibrancy Initiatives. The report before you recommends the approval of a one-time downtown vibrancy grant to the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. With your support, RDBID is prepared to take on the implementation of key priority actions to support our shared goal of making downtown a vibrant neighborhood. Downtown Regina continues toward economic recovery from the pandemic, combined with the impact of ongoing construction for the foreseeable future. Downtown is facing an uphill battle. It is essential that we collectively work together to ensure downtown continues to be a place of gathering, of unique positive experiences, and of investment. Over the past few months, RDBID has worked closely with the City of Regina administration on development of the action plan before you today. Our consultation included prioritization of projects, cost considerations, identifying where maximum impact can be made, realistic timing and resources, and measures of success for both of our organizations. City administration has been in lockstep with RDBID on this project, which is very much appreciated. We can do so much when we are able to work together. The priority actions being undertaken with the Downtown Vibrancy Grant meets stated goals in numerous City of Regina reports and studies, including the Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan and the City Center Core Framework. It also fulfills many of the actions contained in the RDBID strategic plan, as well as the Regina Downtown Vision Plan. All of these documents have prioritized continued investment, both public and private, in our downtown. Being able to significantly address these many actions all at once will create a noticeable change in the vibrancy of downtown. Many of you in past meetings have asked me about the current state of downtown Regina. Downtown Regina continues to struggle. Like many other cities throughout North America, safety and perception of safety is always top of mind. The hybrid work schedule that many offices have adopted have created unpredictability for many of our members. The ongoing construction on 11th Avenue will continue to create a network of delays and detours for people traveling through and around downtown for many years to come. Losing the Regina Farmers Market on Saturday and the Regina Folk Fest this summer is a tough hit. The Downtown Vibrancy Grant will allow RDBID to make investments in downtown that can help offset some of what we see today. Having a clean downtown helps improve the perception of safety. Increasing the number of lights in our park, plaza, and pedestrian mall will increase safety and make the area more welcoming. Investment in art and placemaking in downtown creates beauty and interest in spaces that can be very corporate and boring. And continued investment in our underutilized spaces will revitalize key pockets of land in our downtown, creating experiences while drawing people back to the core beyond the 9-to-5 work week. As mentioned earlier, the initiatives identified in the report are a culmination of many discussions between RDBID and City of Regina administration. I would like to thank administration for their support and the tremendous effort they made to get this report in front of you today. To City Council, I urge you to support this recommendation. Your support will demonstrate your commitment and focus on downtown as a key area for growth and increased vibrancy, renewal, and revitalization in Regina. In conjunction with the city, RDBID is prepared to move quickly to ensure these improvements and investments can be enjoyed by our community this summer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Judith, yes, I do have. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you and welcome. Good afternoon. I want to really support the downtown and any kind of vibrancy in the downtown because I think it's so critical. But I have a couple of questions that I'm just trying to understand all the elements of this proposal. So my first question through the chair is the proposal talks about enhancing the clean team. Can you tell me how the clean team is currently funded? Is it primarily through the Regina downtown bid, or and how many staff they have?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We currently house a clean team in-house. It is funded by our bid levy, so funded by the downtown businesses. We currently have 2 full-time clean team members and 1 part-time. However, in the coming weeks, we're moving into summer operations, and we'll be taking on probably another 3 to 4 part-time as part of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. With this infusion, we would be able to hire additional the equivalent of about 2 FTEs. It might be 1 full-time and then 2 part-time, so, but the equivalent of 2. Through this grant and this agreement with the city, we would be covering an expanded area for waste removal, and we would be taking on some of the waste removal from the downtown waste receptacles, which we currently don't do right now. We typically focus on litter that is on the streets or in the gutters, that sort of thing.
Sorry, I'm just writing that down. And you've identified this as something that you want to enhance because the current clean team can't, there's just more work than what they are able to do, or is it you want to expand the work? Can you just explain a little bit more about why you want to increase the clean team?
Through the chair, some of this can be answered through administration. However,
Okay.
I will give you my take on this.
Okay.
We've experienced a lot of challenges with the frequency of garbage removal from the waste receptacles in downtown, and I understand that that there is a specific schedule because city administration, solid waste department, they have schedules that kind of impact the entire city, so they stick to whatever days there are. Having our clean team on site all the time, they'd be able to address things. I guess they can be a little bit more nimble in addressing things, so we're not waiting for Wednesday to come around to be able to empty that garbage can. And I mean, I've experienced it numerous times, and I've had conversations with administration about waste receptacles overflowing because maybe there was a really busy event happening in the park on the weekend, or something else has been happening, but because it's very difficult to change worker schedules when you have to deal with the entire city, it just becomes very unsightly, and I'd like to be able to address that really quickly whenever we do have those things happen. Additionally, there are a lot of departments within the city that have fingers in the pie, so to speak, with respect to cleanliness. So transit handles some waste receptacles, solid waste handles some waste receptacles, parks handle some waste receptacles. So it's hard to get like a coordinated, get them to coordinate addressing everything all at once. And I think having a centralized team that can deal with that as they're making their way through downtown would benefit both the businesses and basically any visitor, anyone who's attending our downtown.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, on page 2 of your proposal, you list some of the actions. So I'd like to get a little more information on action number 9, which is to support budding entrepreneurs and fill vacant storefronts. And specifically, I do know that we saw something like that in Edmonton, the city of Edmonton, where storefronts, there'd be a temporary kind of pop-up for a small business that maybe couldn't, rent for long term. So I'm just wondering if that is what you're looking at, and whether or not you've spoken to owners of some of the buildings, if they're amenable to that, through the chair.
Through the chair, I think that's a great observation, and it is something that we're always kind of looking for partnerships with. In developing the proposal, we have had very, very high level introductions with folks like the Clarence Campo Development Fund, which really helps Métis business owners get business off the ground. If implemented, we would like to start a business incubation program. We do need to work out the details as to where incubation can happen. There are initial conversations happening, which unfortunately I can't talk about publicly because we're in negotiation right now. But as we move along the process, I would be happy to provide, I guess, a deeper briefing to council on that.
Yeah. Okay. And then action number 14, this is one that's really important to me, that activate vacant or service parking lots with interim uses. Because as we know, it's like, last I heard, 47% of our downtown is vacant surface parking lots. So how would you, what are you proposing to do with that action through the chair?
Through the chair, also great question that I'm unable to provide a ton of detail right now because we are in negotiations with several landlords on this one. But yes, we're identifying key vacant parcels that could host concentrated activation for years to come.
Yeah. Perhaps pickleball court?
I just need to
They
know
have
the
one in New York
dimensions.
City.
Give me the dimensions, and I have seen the pop-up nets, so I mean, I'll learn to pickleball.
Okay. And I guess there's also a reference in your report to developing a mural in the alley of the Copper Kettle building, but there already is a mural there. There's already lighting, so I was just kind of curious what you were planning to, what you were suggesting for that space through the chair.
Through the chair, I think it was probably about 2 years ago, we did do a street mural, so a painting on the street. Because it is a working alley, you know, the wear and tear, most of it, particularly through the center, has been rubbed off just through friction with tires. So yes, there isn't a mural, there is lighting. We want to refresh the street painting on that. And we've had initial conversations with Buckets and Borders that do those wonderful painted basketball courts, not just in our community, but in other communities across North America. And they've provided some a proposal on being able to do that work for us as in partnership.
Okay. And my last question through the chair is, I see some of what's being proposed as the chicken and the egg situation where, like, how much painting and cleaning will resolve an area that needs more activity, or is it the more activity that will spur more development and interest in the area? So any final thoughts on that question, which you've been struggling with for years, I know?
Through the chair, I think you're absolutely right. It is chicken and egg. It's that instance where we almost need to do everything everywhere all at once. And when there are things that are interesting and things that are cool, I'm old and I still use the word cool, people will come down. When people come down, there's more safety. There's just more eyes on the street. There's more interest. When they come down to downtown and they're checking out the alley because they want their Instagram post, you know, they're going to pop in for a pizza or, you know, stay for a drink at O'Hanlon's or maybe head down the street and hit the Badger or the Lancaster or maybe go shopping. So I think the point of it is that we need to draw people downtown, and then it's up to me to work with businesses and spur businesses to get the people who come downtown to cross the threshold into their doors. So there's a lot of pushes that are happening at once, and it's very exciting because this critical mass of things that are happening has not happened before in downtown. So I'm looking forward to seeing what downtown looks like in September when all of this has been implemented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair. Okay, so there's a list of things here as it relates on page 5 of the report that says city prioritize street level improvements, remove outdoor restaurant permit fees, construction information sharing meetings. Do you have the sense that, and trust me, I'll ask Mr. DeWall when we get to administration, but are you going to help in terms of the prioritization as it relates to the projects that are being worked on?
Through the chair, my understanding is that it has been prioritized already. So this is the list of things that we're all going to be tackling. As to where things, like looking at item 1, what goes first and what goes second, that sort of prioritization, I think that's something that we will have conversations about, but there's some logical prioritization that needs to happen based on other construction projects and other things that are happening in our downtown. But Mr. DeWall and I have a great relationship, and there's always been this back and forth and feedback loop that where our opinions on both sides are being listened to. So I'm very excited to work with him to implement everything, everywhere, all at once.
Everywhere, all at once.
Yeah.
When you had presented your budget, time is an abyss, sometime in the last, 4 years, you were working on incentives. I'm assuming restaurant permit fees may have been in that. Are you still working on that?
Through the chair, yes, we are. That's something that I actually had some conversations with a local realtor group about recently, and we're going to be able to come back to council. I'm understanding the timing on that is more summer-ish, and planning department will have our feedback and recommendations on incentives and programs that could work here based on the market situation we have currently.
Okay. I was chuckling when Councillor Stadnichuk was asking the question about the clean team, because I've seen the pictures for the last couple of years of the overflowing garbage cans. But a lot of this we've been talking about for, years.
Through the chair, that is correct, and that's why I think it's so exciting that we're finally at this point where we're moving forward, and we're going to get some boots on the ground and some paint on the streets and on the walls and some signed agreements to move forward with.
Okay. All right, thanks so much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. So, Winter City, Judith, I see in there's things that for summer pots, that kind of thing. What do you see for winter, as we are a winter city? Anything in this that we're going to see? I actually really appreciate the string lights. Lights, as you know, so that is key. But anything else for winter placement in here?
Through the chair, yes. Part of the recommendation or the priority action with respect to underutilized site activation would include winter and shoulder season activations. We still need to work through some of the details, but four-season activation is always top of mind, and that's something that is in our vision plan as well as, I know, the city's winter city strategy. So that's something that is a success measure for everything that we do.
Okay, thank you. Just again, as we talked about a winter city, having the patios, the outdoor patios, they can have an open little fire, all those things. Those are things that have been talked about. It's done in other cities. It brings people all year, not just for a few months of the year. I want to ask about the trees, the greenage, the foliage, all that. Again, I think greenage and the foliage is imperative, as they're important to a city. But who determines what's going to go? Like I would see evergreens are beautiful because they're all year, but what kind? Like who decides that? I mean, is that just through the city or?
Through the chair, I'm sure administration will kind of chime in on this. However, I know I've discussed or brought pictures back from other communities that do have winter foliage programs. So
Sure.
the evergreens, the birch
Yeah.
trunks, that sort of thing. And obviously, this is a budget piece, so I think these are things that we can work out and maybe kind of piecemeal a program together for this year, knowing that a winter foliage program, if it's a priority for council, it would make it into future years' budgets as part of the their work plan. From our conversations with the arborist or the horticulture department, we need to make decisions now because that's when they start growing things for it to be
Yeah.
ready. So I think those conversations are being had, and we just need to work on what the timing looks like and then how do we fund it.
Last question, Councillor Stadenchuk alluded to it, parking lots, C-cans, are we allowed to have a C-can pop-up right now in our city, downtown?
Through the chair, that is something that I am working with administration on. However, they may be able to provide more detail on that.
Would you want that?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Thank you very much, that's all I have. Thank you for being here today. You can return
you.
back to the gallery.
Thank you.
We do. So we will be back here at 2, for Councillor Mancinelli and Mayor Masters, it'll be 2:25.
Yep, gotcha.
No, it'll actually be 2:30, so, thank you, yeah. Thank you. Welcome back, council. So can I have someone, we'll now consider the EX24-35 2024 Downtown Vibrancy Initiatives. Ms. Anderson, can I please have you introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair, although this report is not driven by an official council motion, council has expressed repeatedly a need to increase investment in our downtown core to create a better visitor experience. We know that a vibrant downtown is critical to the resilience of our city, that it has a disproportionately positive impact on tax revenue, and we know that the downtown needs more from us. Therefore, we're asking council to approve our recommendation of a one-time downtown vibrancy grant of $500,000 to Regina's Downtown Business Improvement District, which I'll be calling RD-BID. So as background, myself and the ELT leadership team provided administration with clarity that a vibrant downtown is a council priority. And then we gave administration the challenge of coming up with ways to ensure that everyone is able to take advantage of a more vibrant, fun, and beautiful downtown this summer. We asked administration to think about ways to reallocate planned work, to put more resources into our downtown center, to think about what they could do if we could fund it differently, and to make sure that we were asking RD-BID what they could do if they had more funding, and to ensure that RD-BID was involved the whole way through in the recommendations. The recommendations were then brought to the executive leadership team. Administration absolutely rose to the challenge. I would like to thank all of the staff who participated in the work and helped bring these recommendations forward. I also want to acknowledge that as a city, we are very fortunate to have RD-BID, who both advocates for a better downtown and wants to actively participate in its improvements. So our approach for 2024 this summer was to work with RD-BID on a model to provide them with funding to lead the improvement work in the areas that they do best, or where frankly they thought they could do better than what we are doing as a city. I will also thank Judith right now for her very generous response when asked about why she needs additional resources for the clean team. I will openly say that as a city, we have not provided reliable, exceptional, I'll say cleanup service to the downtown core that would indicate that we are prioritizing it. Trying to move to this model actually gives us a way to look at it differently. We can talk more about it later, but we also did kind of a funding assessment, and because Judith was excited to give it a try, I think it's a great way to move forward. I also think that it is important to note that this is a one-time grant to RD-BID, and that we will be evaluating the results should the funding be approved, and then be having further conversations for the 2025-2026 budget based on the 2024 summer experience. So then what you see in our recommendations is RD-BID really leading the work with that funding on things like activation, art, enhanced cleaning, graffiti removal, and you see city administration really focused on things like sidewalk, road repair, activation permits, new tree and flower planting. So the report that you have in front of you is administration's best efforts on ways to invest more in our downtown core this summer through prioritization of work and reallocating funding to create a more vibrant downtown core. Lastly, I have asked my Chief of Staff, Lee Pham, to sit at the front with administration since I could not physically be there today. Ms. Pham has been deeply involved in the work, and so she will join Eric DeWall at the front and take the lead on answering and delegating questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, and yes, they are all here. So can I have someone move the report? Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. DeWall, I had asked Judith Verasek the question about the prioritization of city work. So there's good city work outlined here in this particular report. Are you coordinating in terms of the prioritization of some of that work with the RD bid?
Mr. DeWall? Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair, we are coordinating that work with RD Bid. I will note that some of the work has already taken place. You may have noticed some new paint lines in the downtown already. So yes, we have a group assembled to deal with this and to prioritize things in conjunction with RD Bid.
Thank you for that. In terms of some of the sidewalk repair and in light of the accessibility plan that was passed last week, we know we have some seniors, high-rises or centers that are located in our downtown. Is that taken into consideration when we're looking at our sidewalk repair or ramp cutting and that type of thing?
Through the chair, our traffic group who maintains the roads, they will prioritize as they, through their regular prioritization activities. So they do this already and they would do the same for the downtown, yes.
Okay, I know that was a request. Just as a kind of a sidebar is that we have transit off of 11th right now as we move it for the construction season, given that 11th is going to be under construction. When is the decision going to be made about whether or not we just leave that moved over the next several years as 11th Avenue is going under construction?
Through the chair, we're currently engaging the accessibility community to understand what the impacts of that would be, and we'll have more information on that as the summer comes to a close here before we move back to 11th.
Okay, and then one last question. You may not be able to answer that, but do we own stock in chain link fence?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, no.
I'm not sure we shouldn't. As it relates to the city, if we had, because I know that we have some chain link fence up around some of our property, as in terms of parking lots, space downtown. Have we ever given any thought to a design standard that no chain link fence would be allowed in our downtown?
Through the chair, I know fencing has started to become more of a conversation as we've been discussing public spaces. One of the comments brought up after the completion of the new Wascana pool was that fence was a more preferable design due to the transparency of it and the visual impact of it. And so I can say that we are having conversations with RD Bid about the application of similar fencing in public activation spaces.
Okay, awesome. All right, good work. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Question about the Old Taylor Field Servicing Study funds, which came via transit housing funding. So I do want to know about the appropriateness of using those funds and in other ways, and whether or not there were any limitations on that funding, or if there is a use through transit. Is there some transit housing funding needs for that money as well? But just sort of like, what is this pot of money and can we use it as we wish, or are there some limitations on it?
Through the chair, if council would remember last year in January 2023, we had brought forward a report around that $9.4 million. And we had a variety of projects within it. Obviously, the Taylor Field one was one of them where we had allocated $1 million. And the key thing to remember is that you would have had to spend it by March 31st of 2024. We obviously, before the end of March 31st, realized that we had some leftover funding, and so we had a discussion with the province in which they have agreed that it's okay for us to be able to reallocate this funding that we already have, knowing that one, the project that we had submitted to them is already complete, and we've achieved that, and that they were allowing us to be able to reallocate to help with downtown vibrancy.
Okay, so just to clarify through the chair that the servicing study for Old Taylor Field is done, that's completed?
Yes, we are just finalizing all of that, but the work is complete.
Okay. And another question regarding the, okay, so on page 3 of the report, there's reference to labor impact, and that there had been discussions of contracting out the garbage collection work to RD bid with the union, with Local 21. So that doesn't give me a lot of information, and I just want to have some clarification about whether or not this is violating the collective agreement, or if it's can validly be, this work can be transferred outside.
Through the chair, I'll direct that question to Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Through the chair, it wouldn't be a violation of the collective agreement. There's nothing that prohibits contracting out. What the collective agreement provides for is a notice and consultation with the union, and that's just what we've done. We've notified them through a regular process, and if they wish to discuss further, they set a meeting with us.
Okay, so that provides another question for me then. So it's been discussed with the union. How many positions would this impact, through the chair?
Through the chair, none actually. There's no reductions to FTEs as a result of this change.
Okay. And will there be further discussions with the union, or it's in their court now to decide whether or not they want to further the discussion with the city? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it would be with the union to advise the city if they want to discuss further.
Okay. I think those are all my questions that I have, and I can come back if I find any more on my list. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Just a question in regards to the funding and how it's going to be spent. How does that come back to council to let us know how the dollars are spent? It's a one-time fund. How does that come back to council?
Through the chair, I think what we can do, I think we're committed to meeting again with Ms. Verisuk at the end of the summer to kind of go through some of the KPIs and what we've achieved. And so what I would say is we can work with her and deliver, whether that's a memo back to council around kind of what success looked like and what we achieved by giving them a $500,000 grant.
Thank you. I did ask the question to Ms. Verisuk. We are a winter city. As much as this is helping in the summer to get people down, we also want to have people downtown here in the winter. So I would hope that some of these changes, if it be lights and fires and all of those kinds of things, outdoor patios are accessible all year. So, and sea cans, if we can get the sea cans, I think that's another option as well. So leave it there. Oh, I see Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. I think this is a great program. Lord knows we need the investment in downtown. I'm very supportive of that. My interest in this comes back to, excuse me, my interest in this comes back to the current work being done to facilitate what's happening in the downtown currently. This program is a success. We invested the extra, the clean team does the work. It looks like it comes back to an extra $110,000 in future budgets. But we've been operating in that downtown with those 63 garbage cans and with other assets being looked after till this point in time. So it's not like we've invested zero to this point. I'm all over the extra investment. I'm happy to get it there. But I'd like to see the differential between the two so I fully understand the decision of what's been going on in the past. Has that been a special administered person to go out and clean up after there's been a service request? And if so, that request, that cost of that special concierge visit and everything else, that's a huge cost in years gone by. So do we really have to increase the budget to facilitate that clean team cost, or can we reorganize the way we've been spending and how our personnel has been used to try to make it within the budget is like the basis of my question. So I just wanted to ask that as we go forward and we start to measure. Other than that, great program. Very happy to see you guys paying attention to it and very supportive of it. Any comments would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'll start through the chair and then I'll turn it over to Mr. DeWallet. I think one thing I do want to say is that the agreement through the clean team with the RD bid is that we're actually being able to provide more services that the city was not providing before. So yes, there is I'll call it the waste pickup and event cleanup that we already were doing, and we we're working with the RD bid to do that, but I think the additional service that we've been able to do is actually graffiti removal, that the downtown bid was willing to do that the city does not do currently, as well as doing the power washing within downtown, which is a service the city does not provide. So I think that's the other way to look at the opportunity as well that we're trying to test out this year through the Clean Team. And I'll turn it to Mr. DeWalt to add more comments.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll just add that we did do an analysis on the financial impact of the city delivering these services as well as the RD bid delivering these services. It is $10,000 cheaper to have RD bid deliver these services than it would be for administration to deliver them.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's everything. Councillor Manson?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Mayor Masters, you moved that. Is there anything else you want to add? All right, we can go to vote. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. So the last report we have here will be now consider EX 24-30 Parks Master Plan. Can I have please Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report? There you are. Thank you. Go ahead, Deb. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair, and good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. I'll keep my comments short. So the Parks Master Plan is the companion document to our Recreation Master Plan. The team has been doing a lot of great work, and I don't think I need to say much. They're going to do a presentation, and then we're certainly looking forward to answering any questions you might have. I think they're ready.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping it short. Okay. All right, I'll put your microphones on.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. We're proud to share this plan with Council as the city's first Parks Master Plan. You've heard us talk about our work in the plan in recent meetings. We started the work very early in this council's term while you were in some dialogue around some pretty significant themes. You were talking about equity and inclusion, reconciliation, safety and well-being, environmental sustainability, and operational efficiency. And so we've produced a plan that's aligned with all of those priorities. It's really intended to provide a path forward to improve, develop, and sustain our park system over the next decade and beyond. It's also aligned with and complements our Recreation Master Plan, which is a companion document to this plan. The Recreation Master Plan defines what amenities go within our parks. So joining me today are Chris Sale, our Coordinator of Stakeholder Relations, and Janine Deredich, our Manager of Planning and Partnerships. Mr. Sale and Ms. Deredich have led this work with the support of Ray Morgan and Russell Irick, who are up in the admin box. Ray is our Manager of Parks Maintenance and Cemeteries, and Russ is our Manager of Open Space Services. So in a moment, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sale to walk through the presentation, but first I want to draw your attention to how we approach this work. You'll hear Mr. Sale talk about a robust community and stakeholder engagement process that was based on listening, relationships, and community building. But you'll also hear him talk about our efforts to shift our colonial approach to park development and maintenance to one that's welcoming and inclusive for all. An approach that reflects the contributions of our Indigenous community as the original stewards of the land. The path we took to create the plan mirrors the path that our department is on as we work towards reconciliation and build cultural competencies within our department. Although we set out with an intent to engage the Indigenous community from the outset, at times we had to pause, back up, and rethink our work with help from our colleagues from the Indigenous Relations Department, and particularly Audra Young, who I know is here today. Audra has guided us along the process. So as part of our department's broader planning efforts and the work that Mr. Sale and Ms. Deredich have led, our full department leadership team spent some time talking about how our work advances reconciliation and how we can deliver on truth and reconciliation calls to action. This dialogue is reflected in our department land acknowledgement, which is something that our full leadership team participated in creating. And I'm going to take a moment to read it out. In Treaty 4 territory, the Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services Department is shifting the way we work to preserve the land and connect to Indigenous culture. We acknowledge the harms of the past and our shared history. We're humbled and honored to share this land with its original stewards, the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and the Métis Nation. Through dialogue, stewardship of the land, preservation of languages, celebration of the arts, and provision of opportunities for sport and recreation, we're advancing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. So just one final point before I turn it over to Mr. Sale related to resourcing. The plan has a very detailed implementation plan with timelines, resource requirements, and responsibilities. You won't see a long list of capital projects. This plan isn't just a capital plan, but rather it provides strategic and policy direction to guide our work both in terms of our operations as well as the development and renewal of the park system. So we work with many partners as we deliver our services, partners such as the Provincial Capital Commission, the development community, and community organizations. The plan will provide a foundation for conversation with our partners as we advance Council's direction. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sale to run through our presentation.
Thank you, Lori. So this, as Lori said, is Regina's first Parks Master Plan. And it does a series of things. One is that it recognizes the connection of the land to Indigenous culture. It focuses on sustainability and equitable access throughout our parks and open space system. It is, as Lori said, a companion document to the Recreation Master Plan, and we spend a lot of time making sure that it aligned with current policy. This is sort of one of our last master plans, so we had the good fortune of a lot of existing modern policy that we could make sure that this plan aligned with. And this is just a list of some of the documents that we looked through, we worked through, and are reflected within the plan. Just to give you a sense of what our system is, we've got roughly 5.8 hectares of parkland per 1,000 people. 7.3% of our city is open space. We've got over 138 kilometers of trails. 12% of our system right now is natural area, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And we've got 43 kilometers of creeks and storm channels that move through the city. Regina has roughly 180,000 public trees. Not all of those are in our parks and open space system. Lots of those are in our road rights of way. But together they store 51,000 metric tons, of carbon and make a significant impact on our annually in terms of storing carbon and also deferring or preventing the release of carbon. Our system continues to grow. So in the last 7 years, we've added 63 new hectares of open space, 15 hectares of which we would classify as naturalized open space. And we've seen a net gain of almost 3,700 trees. This process was a very engagement-focused process. Our parks and open space system are truly beloved, I think, by our residents. Everybody within this city is within walking distance of one park, or in lots of cases, many parks. And our parks and open space, especially the trailways, are a focus of people's recreation. And so when we wanted to engage on this, we wanted to engage widely and we wanted to engage deeply. So we had online and individual group stakeholder sessions with a series of stakeholders like provincial stakeholders like the Water Security Agency and the Provincial Capital Commission. We worked with our developers and local landscape architects, tourism, hotels association. We worked with accessibility and public health groups, environment groups, sport, culture, and recreation user groups, and this was a very sort of internally and broad within the city stakeholder engagement as well. So we did a lot of work throughout both Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services, but with planning, with water, waste, and environment, with roadways, to make sure that this plan reflected best practices. We also did 2 different surveys of the public. The plan happened, a lot of the planning work happened during the lockdown portion of the pandemic. So these were online surveys. The first in the fall of 2021, we had about 1,900 respondents. And then a follow-up survey in 2022 based on what we heard. We've got another 500 respondents or so. And that's reflective of this process where we went to people, we documented, we asked some questions, and then we went back to them to make sure that we actually heard what we thought we heard. Through that process, as Lori said, we identified at the beginning of the process that Indigenous engagement was going to be one of the significant pieces of this work. Through the initial engagements and stakeholder engagements, we felt ultimately that we were unsuccessful, that we hadn't reached out enough, that we hadn't found our links into the community. And so with Audrey Young's help, we engaged with CEDAWAC Limnos Consulting Services from George Gordon First Nation to help us build some of those relationships and access Indigenous elders, life speakers, knowledge keepers, helpers, political leaders, and just community members to make sure that this plan truly reflected the input of the wider Indigenous community. And I think when you see the recommendations of the plan, you can see that work coming through. All of this work led to the vision of the plan, which is Regina's parks are sustainable and inclusive year-round, offering enriching experiences and connecting communities through nature and culture to improve the quality of life of residents and visitors. And I'll just take a moment to say that this image on the right of this slide is Elder Harry Francis and Roland Kay leading staff from Parks, Recreation, and Culture at the Indigenous Cultural Site and teaching us how to build a sweat lodge, which was an incredible process that we got to participate in last summer. The plan itself has 3 guiding principles. 1, that Regina's parks are sustainable. 2, that Regina's parks connect communities to nature and place. And 3, that Regina's parks are equitable, accessible, and welcoming. Each of those principles then has a series of goals and sub-goals, and I won't dive into the sub-goals, but the goals for the first principle of Regina's parks are sustainable is goal number 1 is mitigate and adapt to climate change. Climate change is here, it's impacting our trees and our plants, it's impacting really how we can use our parks, what will grow in our parks, what pests we're having to manage. So this was sort of a critical first goal. The second was to reduce intensive maintenance approaches. We heard this through the survey, that as our people's use of our parks and open space system has expanded, that they want to see more naturalized areas. They want to use those for recreation. And one of the ways we can get there is through goal 1.2. And then 1.3 is ensure stormwater infrastructure supports park uses. And this is why working with water, waste, and environment was such a critical part of this plan, to make sure that as we are planning going forward, that we're making the most of our municipal reserve and municipal utility spaces to meet both our stormwater management needs and our recreation needs at the same time. Principle 2 is Regina's parks and are connected to communities. Regina's parks connect communities to nature and place. So out of this goal, increase the diversity of landscapes. So we have Regina's parks and open space system is predominated by sort of a turf and trees landscape where we have a layer of sometimes very nicely manicured turf and we have sort of a tree layer. But we don't have a lot of mix. We don't have woodlots, we don't have savannas, we don't have grasslands, or an abundance of these things. We have some of them. And so this is one of the things that we heard. Expanding interpretation, telling the story of Regina in Regina's parks. And so interpretation can mean all sorts of things from, and there's a couple of signs here. One is a sign that's at the little meadow in West Hill Park explaining just what's going on there. The other sign, the Gawkey Optimist Playground sign, is a sign saying, hey, this playground is a partnership between community and the city for the children of the city. So linking people, communities, community groups to the work that we do in our park system and telling our story in our parks. And then finally, fostering that community connection to parks, making sure that communities feel that their parks are their parks. And then finally, principle 3, Regina's parks are equitable, accessible, and welcoming. This work builds upon a lot of the policy work you've seen over the last few years. Ensuring parks are inclusive and accessible and safe for all. Working towards equitable distribution of parks and park resources. Fostering four-season park use. And increasing edible landscapes through community partnerships. So the plan comes with a detailed implementation plan, actions, targets, high-level costing. As Lori said, the plan is not a capital ask. Any costs associated with this plan will come to council through the budget process. Some of the actions within the plan are no-cost actions. They're about changing how we maintain things, not asking for more money to do it. The plan also comes with 7 KPIs, key performance indicators, for some of the short and medium-term actions, and those are the things that we are going to monitor and report back to council annually via memo on. These are actions that we believe we should be able to achieve in the short term. Those are on page 56 if anybody wants to look at them. And so we also recognize that this plan took a lot longer for us to do than we had originally planned. And so we haven't essentially let that get in the way of us moving forward with things that we know based on what the community told us, we know based on what our partners told us that we should move forward with. And so presenting this report to you is slightly out of sequence the way we wanted to do this, but so these are some of the actions that we're already underway with in 2024. So working with the community to explore the implementation of an Indigenous ceremonial site. You heard all about that already today. We're going to do a point-in-time condition assessment for all of our parks and open spaces so that we can start to do the analysis to figure out where we need to make our investment. We already completed new plant and seed specifications to begin to address some of the climate change impacts. So 2024 is about implementing those. Naturalization and interpretation along natural corridors. We know that that's an important piece of work to do to communicate to the community that a change is going to take place in their parks. So we know that we need to do that. And we'll be starting that in 2024. And the natural areas inventory that some of the recommendations of this plan are based on has already also been completed. So we know where we're going to go when we start to talk about naturalization within the plan. And that's it.
Thank you very much. So, do we? All right, so, Councillor Stadnichuk, do you want to move this? You can start for questions? Okay, go ahead.
Staff for this master plan. I read through it and I thought it was very, very comprehensive, very good. I love the principles behind it. And I strongly support the proposal to increase the amount of naturalized space within our city. It's from, I think it's 12% to 25%, which would still put us still below what Calgary has, which is something like 30-something%. And so I think that it's recognizing that we are a city on the prairies and that a lot of our space is, we should recognize that we have natural space around us. And I love the idea of creating a naturalist staff position, so I think that's really good. Some of my questions, I have a lot, but so I'm trying to figure out where, I'm going to start with the interpretation, so that's in 2.2. So you have a goal to have more interpretive signage, and I think this is a great goal, especially around for plants and for different areas. How much interpretive signage do we already have in our parks? And you showed 2 signs in terms of park names, but I'm not sure if you have how much interpretive signs we have about plants in the park. So through the chair, if you could.
Sure.
Do you have a sense of that? Is it a lot that we still need to do on that area?
I think we don't have through the chair, I don't think we have a clear inventory at this point about the amount of interpretive signage that we have. We have some. One of the challenges of designing interpretive signage, especially with direct reference to individual plants, is that often plants move. So it's hard to put a static sign somewhere that you expect to stay somewhere for the life of the sign, which could be 15 or 20 years. It may ultimately be confusing. So part of this is to work out what our interpretation is, and also to recognize that some of our historical interpretive signage was put in at a time when we didn't have the ability to say, use a QR code to link to the internet or to another resource. So I think we've got a long way to go if we want to put signage wherever we're going to be making a change in the system. So, yeah.
Okay. Through the chair, there was one area where I didn't see it come up in the report in terms of interpretive signs or is around history, so historical significant spots, and there's 2 that I thought of in particular. So along the bike path, when you get to, I don't know what the golf course is, there's a golf course, and then you get into McNabb community, and there is a sign there that talks about the history of that area that goes quite far back. And then in Central Park, right downtown between Scarth and Hamilton, 14th and 15th. There is an area there where it's dedicated to Mary Bonnie Baker, who was born in Regina, 1919, and was part of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. And there was, so there is a mural, there's information about her right there in that park. I did find that some of the plants were overgrown around it, so it's not clear that it's there. So how are we going, is there ways that we can promote parks with significant history as well and highlight, let people know that, because I mentioned it to the person who is doing the Heritage Minute on Mary Baker, that we have a park with a mural dedicated to her, and he did not know that. So if we can highlight and promote some of these historical areas in our city.
Through the chair, that's certainly part of the intent of this recommendation. And so some of the folks in this room were involved in the Mary Bonnie Baker project, and so I think that's a great example. And we'll take those spaces that you referred to away and consider those.
Okay, good. In terms of partnerships, there's a number of organizations mentioned, and I know that just earlier this year, we did pass a motion to become a bird-friendly city. We had been certified, but then we actually had a motion to recognize it. So I saw that a lot of the proposals kind of align with being a bird-friendly city as well. So is that something that you will be more conscious in some of the recommendations around the master plan?
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of naturalization within our parks and open space system is multifold. And one of those purposes is to enhance, habitat to support recreation, right? So if you're a bird watcher, you're actively in our parks, moving through our spaces, looking for birds. And those birds need water, and they need food, and they need habitat. And so through the change that we're proposing in some of our parks and open space systems, that will come about, right? It can only help to support certain species.
Right. Okay. I was also happy to see under goal 1.3 the stronger connection between stormwater infrastructure and park uses. That is something that I've heard from residents quite a few times, and sometimes it's conflicting concerns that are being raised. You shouldn't be dredging the storm channel because it's going to affect the nesting birds and the frogs that are in that area, and then other people saying, how come you're not mowing around there because I don't want mosquitoes. So there's these conflicts that happen, and do you see there's going to be even more innovation in terms of how we treat those spaces by having the two departments kind of work together through the chair?
Based on the conversations we've had, I think so, yes. That in conversations we've had recently with water and waste and environment, they're seeing new policies come down from the province, or they're anticipating new policies coming down that they think we're going to need to respond to along our waterways. And certainly, when you consider something like a storm channel that moves through a park space, right now, there isn't always consistent management between what's managed by parks maintenance and what's managed by water, waste, and environment. And so we're building those partnerships internally to try to come to a place where we're being consistent and we understand each other's needs and each other's policies. So I'm optimistic that going forward, we'll see that kind of change.
And last question. Actually, I had like about 3 more, but I think I'm just going to jump to this last one. And it is, I didn't see, and again, maybe it's not part of the master plan, but it will be more in detailed plans for the parks, because that's what you that you will be developing plans for each park. And I do believe that we don't have enough drinking water fountains throughout our parks and our pathway system. Is that something that would be maybe coming forward later I'm not sure in what format it would come back, but is that something that might come back at some point?
Through the chair, there's a couple of more specific sort of plans that we'll have to put in place, and one is related to a washroom strategy. You probably read that in this plan. We're very close to completing a draft washroom strategy. It's a theme that we heard from the public a lot: more bathrooms, more lighting, more drinking fountains. And so those are pieces of work that are currently underway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadinichuk. Councillor Hawkins, you're up.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've emphasized today, and the report emphasizes the place of naturalized parks. we live in an urban area, and people are accustomed to manicured parks, and they enjoy them, and they expect them. What's the role of traditional manicured parks in this Parks Recreation Master Plan?
Through the chair, I think the role is to a certain extent what it has always been. The way that we expect to roll out naturalization within the parks and open space system according to this plan is for the most part to expand existing naturalized areas along our creeks and our waterways. So in order to achieve that goal of 25% naturalized area, we can essentially achieve that goal in the Wascana Creek floodplain, in the Pilot Butte Creek, the Chuka Creek, and our storm channels, using the existing multi-use pathway system that tends to parallel those waterways as the dividing line between our existing manicured parks and a more naturalized edge. And so the plan envisions moving from that 12% number to 25% without impacting our existing recreation facilities like soccer pitches, like ball diamonds, like picnic areas, and all of those things. Basically, we can achieve all of this within the space that we have without losing any of those existing manicured elements.
I think people will be reassured by that answer. Can I get you to put slide 4 back up on the screen?
If the clerk can. Oh, good, this was the one I wanted to
Thank
demonstrate.
you.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's Harbor Landing, am I right? I'm pretty sure
well,
it is.
it might be Fairways West.
In
but
any event,
it's a storm channel.
in any event, I've represented Harbor Landing for a decade now, and every year, every single year, I receive, Service Regina receives, many expressions of concern about weeds blowing into backyards from situations like this, from a failure to maintain mowed areas at all like this, even the buffer area, a failure to maintain those mowed areas, infestations of small animals, rodents, into backyards from this, people walking along the parks, their pets, particularly the dogs, eating foxtail and dying. These are serious concerns, multiple complaints every year. When we've turned them in, the city has responded often by saying, yes, we'll get out and we'll do more cutting and we'll try and ameliorate the situation. If you're going into more naturalized areas like this, how are you going to cope with the problems that my residents have been signaling for a decade?
Through the chair, we're going to start with interpretation. We're going to start with signage and being able to effectively communicate the change that's going to be made. We're going to make sure that in a situation like this is quite a good demonstration that we can use, in this particular case, the pathways on both sides of this storm channel as a maintenance edge. And then from the paths up to the houses, we can have a different maintenance regime where we're in there mowing more often. By reducing the amount of mowing that we're doing in a space like this, we can redirect resources towards, essentially spot dealing with problems, whether that be foxtail or whether that be foxes. The goal of this is to make moves in the landscape that we can clearly communicate to the public, and that beyond those spaces that we manage in a way that makes sense and meets the public's needs and addresses their concerns.
I hope you're successful in that. If you're not, the pushback will be tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. You know what, along that line, what are the savings? You talking about reallocate resources. Have you guys estimated a number in terms of what that reallocation is if we go from 12 to 25% naturalized open spaces?
Yeah.
Through the chair, Mr. Morgan will take that question.
Mr. Morgan.
Yep. Through the chair, initially, based on our numbers so far in the first year, we'd see a first year savings of approximately $30,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Along the lines of what Councillor Stanachek was asking you in terms of historical interpretation, you know, we've had some discussions, you know, in terms of along our pathways, public art, environmental installations, and those types of things. Has that been, I apologize if it was in there, I missed it if it was in there in terms of the things, you know, there's kind of pieces of interest along some of our pathways and trailway systems.
Yeah. Through the chair, in the plan, we've used interpretation sort of written broadly. So, but cultural interpretation, historical interpretation, those are definitely things that we heard through the process of engagement. We heard them from the Indigenous community. We heard them from Heritage Regina. We heard them from citizens who responded to our surveys. And so I think we've got an excellent asset base to build upon. And we've got, you know, a team in Parks, Recreation, and Culture who are looking at all of those pieces.
Yeah, okay. I really appreciated the way you broke down the recommendations, and I just turned on my microphone so I could say this before Councillor Mancinelli could say it. But in one of the sustainability pieces, I believe, on page 58, highlighted reducing the water usage. Have I got it right? To reduce potable water use for irrigation in parks. We have, if I remember correctly, in terms of being at a meeting in the last 3 years, we do produce some gray water in terms of water that can be used in a way that's not potable, but it's actually been recycled. And so have we looked at types of innovation that could possibly use some of that gray water for our irrigation?
Through the chair, so we've done a number of pilot projects right now that we have underway to try to reduce water consumption, but regarding your question specifically, Ms. Deridich has actually explored that question with the University of Regina, and so
good, that's my next
I'll ask her
question.
to.
Through the chair, we have had some initial conversations with the U of R, and they're in the stage where they're exploring it right now as a potential research project.
That's amazing. Okay, because my next question was literally, how many of these recommendations are we partnering with the U of R? Because I was looking at the measuring the, you know, the carbon sequestration, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of work being done at the University of Regina on that. So can you provide a sense in terms of where partnership with the U of R is either being explored or already undertaken?
Through the chair, Mr. Irick has also been meeting with the U of R, and so he may have some.
My next question is trees. This is amazing. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we actually have approached the U of R with regard to the carbon sequestration piece. We have been looking at or asking the U of R if there's a possibility of a partnership for exploring the possibility of using carbon sequestration to actually raise funds for the city using carbon. At this point, I think it's kind of dying a little bit. I think we're pushing a little bit beyond our abilities, but we're still trying. So it's something we're trying with it.
I think that's very cool. Thank you. You actually just twigged another question. How often are you working with the University of Regina? I just happen to know because, like, I hear about it elsewhere, But it would be really wonderful, I think, for council to know the amount of times that we're either working on specific projects or having some level of expertise come back. Do we keep a running list of?
Through the chair, there may be another department that keeps a coordinated list, but I would suggest that there's folks from all over Parks, Recreation, and Culture that work with the U of R. We sometimes bring on students. We have some summer students right now. Sometimes there's research projects. So in our cultural development area, they work with specific faculties. You heard from a couple in Parks. In Recreation, we have staff who work with kinesiology. We're meeting with the U of R around the Indoor Aquatic Center. So there's really quite a wide range of opportunities. And I don't know for sure that we have a comprehensive tracking system right now.
Thank you for that, Ms. Shaley. I did have a question about trees. My most delightful phrase today is tree vacancies. But can you speak to, vacant trees?
Okay, through the chair, if you want to just think of it a very high level number, we've identified in our GIS system approximately 1,000 tree vacancies. Now, you have to also consider that before the trees are actually in GIS, there's probably a lot more than what is there, but we've got that. What we do is we track our trees that we plant, and we take our trees that we remove, and we try to actually see if we've got a net tree growth or not. But the idea is we're taking a snapshot in time today of what we know is there, and we're going to try to knock out 20% of them every year.
Yeah, that's amazing. In terms of the technology, is this something that, you talk about GIS, but is there a way, or is anyone in this space exploring the idea of generative AI in terms of assisting you?
Through the chair, right now we've had our geospatial unit assist us with helping to build a GIS system for the trees. One of the things that we've done, and it's a little bit of a creative way, is as part of the carbon question and how we get there in terms of how we calculated carbon, we've used the GIS system to automatically begin to measure our trees relative to buildings with the directionality. We extracted that data, and then we pushed it into a different type of software package to start to build those actual carbon calculations. So we've done some very creative work. We've crashed computers doing it. So
outstanding.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So, I mean, if we just revisit history for a minute, Ms. Shaley. In 2009, you had a rec master plan, and we had to do it in 2019 again in terms of a master plan. What is it about a master plan or this master plan? Like, what's new about having this plan that you weren't doing before?
Through the chair, I think one of the most valuable aspects is it gives us a council-approved document with policy directions that will help us, whether we're meeting with partners like the U of R or with nonprofit organizations, because we work with many who enhance our parks and recreation system, or whether we're working with the development community. It's really about consistency and helping establish a shared vision and common priorities that we're all working together towards. We're going through a fairly significant renewal of our staff. It takes a lot of staff to deliver parks and recreation services. We have a lot of part-time and seasonal staff. And so when we have a document like this, it helps to communicate with staff where we're heading and why. And it also helps so that when some of us move on to other positions, there's folks who are continuing to work in the same direction as we are today. Because a lot of the recommendations won't be achieved overnight. They will take collective sort of focused effort over many years to achieve.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Was there anything in here that surprised you? Like in terms of the engagement, the master plan that came out of it, like, was there anything that surprised you that you hadn't thought of?
Through the chair, we work quite closely with the community, and so I don't know that there were any real significant surprises. But having said that, there was a real significant learning experience in terms of how we engaged the Indigenous community. In my opening, I talked about the fact that we're on a path where we're building cultural competency within our department. And so I would say that we're always learning as we go through this kind of process. And, you know, although we might have heard from the Indigenous community, for example, that there was need for a ceremonial site, I don't know that we really understood what that meant until we started having these deeper conversations, which have enabled us to actually make it happen.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. I only had one question that got asked already, and with that, I only had one comment to make. Enjoyed the plan. I see the attributes. Naturalization, and it was going to be tricky with our residents, but I see the necessity behind it. The exceptional part of this report for me really stood out with Appendix D, WCL's consultants. I went through there and just reading through their methodology and some of the explanations of Indigenous knowledge and what goes along with it, decision-making, and how that affected the plan, I found very, very enlightening. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks for the information.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. I just have a couple of questions. So you also talked about, I would agree with Councillor Hawkins. Again, the same area, similar to my area, where in the creeks, Wascana View, all of these areas have been maintained for years, up to the fence line. And now to go and say we're going to let it grow into pasture, almost really natural, again, I think that's the real concern from residents when they've had it like that for 40 years or 50 years or whatever it has been. So I think we have to be very, very careful in how we move forward with that. But I do see it in open space areas. I know there's some areas already that you have done it in that I have noticed already. And so I do see the value in some areas where it's open space as well, where we were actually looking at dog parks and things like that, but it never came to fruition, but has maintained and more naturalization. I want to ask about, you said you engaged with developers, and the only reason I ask about the trees is because in new areas, such as mine, we used to have where developers had to put a tree in or so many trees, and then that left that. So now, I don't know where we're back, but I do see that as we move into more of an environmental, trees are huge, and our parks as well, but that's part of it, but is it increasing? What is the plan for parks when they are being developed? And with that also is a washroom question. Again, I've had 2 major parks go ahead in my community in the last few years, no washroom. One is a major big park, no washroom. There's an area where you can go and put your skates on. People have asked, can I rent that? Because there's nowhere to gather in the park. So again, they become gathering spaces. So can I ask, what's the next step? I see washrooms are in here, but tell me more about the increased trees, if that's going to be, and how we're going to keep them alive, similar to what Mayor Masters asked.
Through the chair, Ms. Deredich has been actually working to tackle both of those questions, and so I'll ask her to maybe start with the question around trees.
Okay, sure.
Through the chair, we have been working with developers and will continue to work with developers on many things like exploring how we plant more trees or how they plant more trees in new development. That's one of the questions we're looking at right now. One of the other things that we're working on is accessible playground standards. So again, we'll be coming to Accessibility Advisory Committee, but then we'll be going to the developers to talk to them about how they will implement those standards. So I have a staff person who is constantly reviewing landscape standards, and we'll be working through all of those standards with the development community. I think Lori may have mentioned we're in the process of working on a washroom strategy right now. We've heard from residents through the Parks Master Plan that washrooms are something that they would like to see in parks, and so we're working through some development of some criteria of where you would see that and when you would see that and why. And again, we will be having those conversations with developers because those criteria will affect parks in new development as well. So it's sort of continuous growth and continuous change to those landscape standards as things change, like the approval of the Parks Master Plan.
Okay. Again, quickly, just when we look at the whole pieces of parks, they are gathering spaces, benches, all of that. Is there a way forward for people, and it's been asked many times, that if I would like to donate a bench in memory of someone? I was just at the SUMA convention, had a beautiful bench there. I think I passed it on to staff. Donating a tree. Like, these are things that we've been waiting since last term, for this to come through this plan, so I'm really glad to see it here. But these are some of the things that enhance the plan, and they become more community-oriented because of that investment from residents. So it doesn't all have to be paid by the city, but something like that where they can donate a tree, donate a bench, all that kind of stuff. I didn't see that in the report, but.
Through the chair, we do actually have those kinds of programs. We have a memorial bench program, and then we also have a tree donation program. And so, you know, we can share that information with you at another time if you wish.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you very much. And I guess just the last question is, I really want to say thank you for this. I think it's long. We've been waiting for it for quite some time. Parks are key. One of the things I understood, though, is when I first came on council, we take on so much more hectarage every year with park space. But our staff have never been allotted to that, to care for the park space that we've taken on. So, again, I think it's imperative. I understand if we move away to naturalization, that saves on resources, but I think there has to be a fair balance. And the only reason I say that is on page, I don't know, it's on page, under the Regina Parks are equitable, accessible, and welcoming, goal 3.2. It says, in new neighborhoods, prioritize the full allocation of municipal reserve land to be set aside of parks rather than taking cash in lieu. The only reason I ask about that is because in my area, we've got 2 schools and a high school. I've told there's going to be zone parks there. Does that mitigate that? Like, how does that affect that? There, through the chair.
Through the chair, when a new neighborhood is developed, they're required through the Planning and Development Act to provide 10% of that, of residential space and 5% of industrial lands for MR space.
Yes.
And so, as you also know, that with the changes to the Planning and Development Act, some of that MR space can be requested by the ministry for schools.
Yes.
And so we've taken into account the new schools in the southeast so that there's land available, or will be available for the schools in the southeast, and there will also be land available for the zone park that you refer to.
Okay, okay. I thought I read in there somewhere that somehow land could be dissolved throughout the city. No, it's dedicated land. Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Oh, I see Councillor Stanchuk quickly. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just to follow up on the benefits of naturalization near our waterways, so storm channels and creeks. What does that do for the water quality in that, the whole creek system and what goes downstream to our neighbors?
Typically emergent vegetation, so bulrushes, reeds, the vegetation that grows in the water column, it is understood along with other kinds of plants to be effective at removing nutrients and in some cases heavy metals and other things. It can be a real benefit. There's a tension between that emergent vegetation helping to manage water quality and it having an impact on the speed at which we can move that water through the system in a flood condition. And so that's one of the key issues that we're working through with Water, Waste and Environment to come up with a shared understanding of that, which may lead to changes in maintenance practices, it may lead to changes in design standards, and we're in early days kind of working through that.
Okay. And the last question is just regarding, there's recommendations to have medicinal and native plants, more of them in the city, and fruit trees, fruit shrubs. So I do recall when some choke cherries were being cut along the creek between Cathedral and Lakeview. There was a lot of people who were upset because they collected those choke cherries, and I didn't realize that, but what are your, would medicinal plants be actually collected and used by Indigenous people if it's collected within a city's landscape, or would it be there more for, because it's drought resistant, it's educational for people to identify the plants, and what kind of fruit trees? I'm trying to get a sense of like what you're seeing with those two elements.
So through the chair, in terms of the Indigenous medicinal plants, more discussion needs to be had.
Okay. Because
there isn't, when we engaged around that, there wasn't a clear direction that was given to us about that. It was a question. Some elders absolutely, and teachers want access to material like that for instruction. Others have said, no, not in the city. That's not appropriate. So more discussion on that one. In terms of fruiting trees and shrubs, the challenge with fruiting trees and shrubs is around maintenance. There are lots of, we've had lots of feedback saying we would like this within our parks and open space system. And so what the plan envisions is that we can dedicate land for the planting of fruiting trees and shrubs, but we need to have a partner because we need someone to harvest the fruit. Fruiting trees and shrubs need more maintenance than is typical. To get an apple tree to produce, you need to be pruning it at least once a year, maybe more. And so we really want to have a partner. And so we hope by putting out this particular program that's sort of identified on page 56 of the plan, that we can work with community groups, existing garden groups, to support them by essentially giving them the plant material, helping get it in the ground or putting it in the ground ourselves, but that we could have an agreement that they would then manage it so that it wouldn't go to waste on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will ask the clerk to call the question.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed 6-0.
Thank you so much. Can I have someone please move a motion for private session? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Anyone opposed? I'm sure not. Okay, that is carried. Thank you very much. So we will recess for 10 minutes. So we will be back here at 5 minutes to 4. Thank you so much.